I'd like to call to order the March 21st, 2017 Board of Commissioner meeting. If you'd please silence your cell phones, your pagers, and other electronic devices, we really appreciate it. If you need an agenda, they are at the back of the room on the bookcases. Please help yourself. And first, we'll have a moment of silence and then Pledge of Allegiance by Brian Mueller, please.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First, we have the review and approval of agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner LaCroix,
Second.
second by Commissioner DeSanto. Any discussion? Not? Roll call, please.
Buskerud,
Aye.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Farabee,
Yes.
LaCroix,
Yes.
Hadcock.
Aye. Motion carries. Ms. Hawley?
Good morning, Commissioners. Holly Hennies, Commission Office Manager. For public notice, the Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the Board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. Today's consent agenda contains the following items 5 through 8. Number 5 is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of March 7th, 2017. Number 6 is to acknowledge the order of organization and incorporation for the Wheel Inn Road District, effective for tax years 2017 and after. Number 7 is to schedule a public hearing at 11:15 a.m. on April 4th, 2017 for Budget Supplement SP 17-005, Accumulated Building Fund Budget Supplement. And finally, number 8 is to recognize and thank the volunteers for the month of February 2017.
Thank you, Ms. Hawley.
Thank you.
Is there anybody from the public who wish to remove any items 5 through 8 from the consent agenda? Is there any commissioner that would like to remove any items 5 through 8 on the consent agenda? If not, a motion, please.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Commissioner DeSanto and second by Commissioner LaCroix. Any discussion? Not, roll call, please, Ms. Kara.
Buskerud,
Aye.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Farabee,
Yes.
LaCroix,
Aye.
Hadcock.
Aye, motion carries. Next, we're on the non-consent agenda, and we're on number 9, design authorization for South Rochford Road Project. Our highway guy.
Hello, Tom Wilsey, Highway Department. The gentleman from the DOT was unable to make it today. I am asking this be continued till April 6th, the April 6th meeting.
Is there a motion?
I would make a motion to continue this.
Motion to continue by Commissioner DeSanto,
Second.
second by Commissioner Farabee. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Buskerud, please.
I'm looking at Tom's letter, no, the state's letter to Tom, March 14th. And it really upsets me. I was never in favor of this project to start with. I wanted to move the money from this project to Sheridan Lake. And our former highway superintendent said, nope, can't do it. Got to take an act to Congress. In this letter, it says, SDDOT did have the opportunity to repurpose earmarked project funds if requested by September 2016. The project was not repurposed. I wish that this commission would have had the opportunity to look at this and repurpose this money, but I guess someone didn't tell us about it, and that aggravates me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buskerud. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair, I totally I totally agree. This is the first that I was aware of, that the money could be transferred. For all the years that this has been going on, it's been, what, 10, 12 years now? We've heard over and over and over that the money can only go on that piece of ground. And this is obviously in disagreement, so I totally concur with what Commissioner Buskirk is saying, that either it'll be left in the blind or in the dark, or we're being misled.
This,
And I say misled because all these years that, whether I was sitting here or in the audience, it was, that money had to be spent there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
yes. This item was brought to me last year, and I was given about a week to find out what was going on with it. I told them that I couldn't do this, couldn't repurpose the money. And they wanted me to write a letter saying there was no progress on the project, no work at all being done on the project. I couldn't do that. I was lying about what was going on, because that was right when we were moving forward on the project. I apologize. I probably should have brought it to you. I agree. But I answered them and said I could not write that letter.
Thank you, Mr. Wilsey. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair, if I might, the gal that signed this letter, I presume that Marion Barber's a gal,
Yes, she is with Federal Highway.
and she will come talk to us next meeting along with state.
I will see if she will make it, yes.
Okay, and maybe we at that time can pin her down as to why that September 16th date. Maybe there's some flexibility.
No, there's, that policy, that program has expired.
But bottom line, at least we can pin her down as to,
Well, they'll probably say I told them no. But I couldn't lie.
Any other discussion?
bottom line, we got a hell of a mess.
Roll call vote, please.
Buskirk,
Aye.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Farabee,
Yes.
LaCroy,
Aye.
Hadcock.
Aye. And that motion was made by DeSanto and second by Farabee. Ms. Kara?
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 10, I will be abstaining because I have a conflict with, I know Ms. Cumberford, I do her hair, and also been helping her with some projects. So I will be abstaining on number 10, and Mr. LaCroy will take over as chair.
Thank you, Ms. Hadcock. Item 10 is isolated track by Robert L. and Barbara Steele with Jody Speck. What I'd like to do is set the track for this isolated track to give what we're going to do. I'm going to ask Mr. Alderman to give us an executive summary of what an isolated track is. And then at that point, I'd like to offer Mr. Steele the opportunity to come up and speak on how they got to this point. And then what I'll do is ask for adjacent property owners to come up and speak. And then after that, I'll give the Steeles one more opportunity to speak, and then anybody else, before we turn it over to the commission for discussion and action. One of the things I wanted to, so what I'll do is I'll start out with the attorney, Jay Alderman, to give us an executive summary of what an isolated track is, and just an executive summary of where we're going with this.
Thank you, Commissioner LaCroy. Jay Alderman with the State's Attorney's Office. You have in your packet all of the application and supporting documentation from the applicants, Mr. and Mrs. Steele, submitted on behalf of their attorney, Jody Speck. And I just saw, it looks like Mr. Speck is present here today with his applicant. First thing that has to be determined is if a particular piece of property is in fact isolated. And in this case, it has to be, I think, at least 10 acres. It's not touched by a passable highway. Doesn't abut a section line for 66 feet. Those are some of the criteria. To my knowledge, none of those, it meets the acreage criteria. It's not touched by a passable public highway. It's not touched by a section line. it would appear on the surface that it is in fact and does meet the definition of an isolated tract. Part of the materials that went out prior to this meeting went to all the surrounding landowners and their attorneys of record for at least two of the closely adjacent properties, asking that if there was any objection to finding this to be an isolated tract, please come forward, let us know what your objection is, how you support that. To my knowledge, nothing was received by the commission office by the March 15th deadline. I can say that historically, and again, it's part of your packet, that there was litigation between some of the parties, the applicant and some of the adjacent landowners, with regard to the existence of a possible easement of law that the applicants thought they had. Obviously, landowners over which that alleged easement or easements existed disagreed. That went to court. The court held against the applicants here, saying there is no easement for you. So based on the fact they have no easement, the question would be, in statute, have there been any efforts made to purchase or negotiate an easement that would run from a public highway across adjoining lands, hooking up to their property? I don't know the extent of negotiations that have been made. The closest thing I know is that maybe there have been some offers by adjacent landowners to purchase the property of the applicant, but not the other way, to negotiate the purchase of an easement across their property. So with regard to that, which is laid out in statute, it says, if the owner of such isolated tract is unable to agree with the owner of surrounding lands for the purchase of a right-of-way from the tract of land to a public highway, he may apply. So it indicates there's a prerequisite before your application, or at least before your application is further addressed by the commission, there has to be at least some modicum of effort, some reasonable effort to negotiate a private easement. I do not know, as I stand here, what the nature or extent of that has been. That's something I guess I would encourage the board to request of the applicant to address that. If the property is determined to be isolated, if there's been some level of effort to negotiate and that seems unattainable at this point, then the next thing for the commission to do is to give notice to all the surrounding landowners of when they're going to come out to the property and they're going to view potential routes that an easement could be condemned in order to give the applicants access to their property. Before you do that, you have to determine, obviously, that the property is isolated and you're ready to move to that next phase. If it's not isolated, the application is denied. If it's isolated, you think there's no reasonable efforts after you hear from the applicant or anyone else that a private easement could be negotiated, then the next step is to give notice, go out to the property, view all potential reasonable access routes, pick one, lay out an easement, assess the damages. In other words, the taking of that easement is worth how much to the landowners over which that easement is laid out. You assess that dollar amount. I'm assuming the laying out of it and the assessment of damages is something this commission's probably going to ask its highway department / equalization department to maybe weigh in on, unless other members, other landowners or the applicant have a better suggestion, a way to do that. But it is incumbent upon the commission to lay that route out. In other words, here's where it's going to be, and assess the damages to the servient estate or the people over whose land it's laid out. And then obviously, any number of the parties can appeal or object to the decision of the board, and that can go to circuit court and so forth. But that's all kind of down the road. There's some prerequisites today. I think I've laid it out pretty well in my memo to the board that went out to all the different parties. So unless there's some other specific questions for me, maybe at this point, I'd turn it over to the board to address the applicant and any other landowners that might be present today.
Thank you, Jay. Did anybody have a question? I asked Jay to give us an executive summary so we know where we're going, what to expect. I kind of, before I call up the applicant and the surrounding landowners, I just want to express, when it comes to this point, this board takes this type seriously when we're talking about isolated tracks and so forth and assessing damages. We want to try and work it out as much as possible. And usually when it comes to this point, there's a lot of emotions that are involved. And so that's why I decided to set this up as we did, is we're going to take the comment and then it'll come to the board. But one of the things I wanted to express, usually when it gets to this point where you're asking us to do an isolated track, there is no winners involved in this. The best solution is to have the surrounding landowners work together to get things done, and that's what'll help create harmony in the neighborhood. That works out better. Us making the decision usually creates a lot of anger and resentment that'll last for years, and that's what we don't want to do. So the options are, I believe, when you come up here and speak, think about the options that are available. If the isolated track goes forward, there's going to be some costs emotionally involved, and if it fails, there's going to be emotional and anger involved with that. But there is a third option that you can always get a third party to do some sit down and work out a good solution to get things done. So with that being said, I would like to start out with the applicant's public comment. Mr. Spack?
Thank you. About the only thing I have to add from the last times that I spoke before you is that I was asked to achieve or attempt negotiations, and right after we had our meeting the last time, Quentin Riggins, who is Mr. Comerford's attorney, called me, and he had gotten knowledge that we were doing this process. And so I met with him, probably 15, 20 minutes at his office, trying to negotiate some kind of resolution. And of course, I came straight out and said, well, we'd really like to use the existing road. That just seems to be the easiest, the fastest, most cost effective. And he really wasn't into that. He kind of his position, he's gonna leave it up to you guys, you people. About the closest we got to an actual negotiation or an agreement is he felt that his client be willing to purchase the entire tract, which my clients are not interested in selling it. So that's the closest thing we got to it, was that we'll give you a fair price, and I know what we want is access to it. Other than that, Mr. Wells was here last time and he spoke his piece. And when we started this process several years ago now, he had made the same offer. I don't know if I don't think it was the same price. We haven't yet to determine what a price would be. There's a couple of tracks very close by that have sold, so we kind of have an idea what the going price is. But Mr. Wells made an offer to buy it too. I'll just buy you out, essentially was his quote. Of course, we don't want to do that. And then when he was here last time, he pretty much gave his counter suggestion, and that is to go down the section line there to the north. But that really kind of starts the road a long ways from where we're trying to get. It's not particularly cost effective to go that long of a route. And I believe the statute says that, the route needs to be reasonable. And I don't believe that that is reasonable, making someone go about a half a section away to start his road to get into his place. So that's really all I have to tell you, is that we have attempted negotiations, but really all we're getting is, hey, we'll buy it from you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speck.
Yeah, if you have any other questions?
No.
Thank you.
I will take comment from adjacent landowners. Please identify yourself for the record.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Quentin Riggins. I'm the attorney for Frank Comerford as well as for Kathy C. Lazy T Ranch LLC, two of the adjacent landowners. Mr. Speck is correct. I did reach out to him after the last meeting to see if we could sit down and discuss access further. During this meeting, there was never a discussion of purchasing the right to use my client's existing driveway. There was an offer, not at a specific price, but just that we would be willing to discuss the purchase of the Steele's tract of property if they would like to entertain that possibility. But there was never any discussion as to compensation as it relates to the access that they seek. I would agree, though, with the Wells assertion that the best approach to handling this driveway would be to go across the existing section line. I don't see any reason that section line is impassable. That's the purpose of a section line. If it's not impassable, that's the route that should be used. The other thing I did mention to Mr. Speck.
Excuse me, can we put this up on the screen for the folks to see?
So you're talking the current access that was blocked. Is that what you're talking? Well, when she brings it up.
Well, he's saying come down the section line from the west to however far, half mile, whatever, and then head south to the property on north. That should show up on the diagram here. And Mr. Riggins, you represent two of the parties?
Yes, it's one common owner, but it's one is an LLC and the other is the individual landowner. So there's two different tracts with two different ownerships that I do represent, but it's the same family.
And there are three adjoining or adjacent?
Yes.
You don't represent the third one?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
The highlighted yellow roadway is my client's private driveway. The section line bisects the property that the Grays own. And that's one thing that I did express to Mr. Speck, is that we haven't heard from the Grays what their perspective is either. And if they ever wanted to subdivide their property, to me, it makes the most sense logically to use that section line, because otherwise then you've got this roadway that we've created for this specific parcel and then reopen the section line later anyway. So that was one of the things that I did express to Mr. Speck. Other than that, the concerns with having this private driveway used as an access point for the Steeles is it's constructed as a private driveway. There are areas that become very close to impassable when the weather's bad. That was a concern of my client's. He also grazes the property, so there would need to be two cattle guards constructed along that private driveway as well. Those are a number of concerns that my client has relative to this property. And given the fact that we've got another landowner that may need access as well, it makes the most sense to us to use that section line for an access point. Thank you.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Wenham? You got it?
And the section line, where the Bresky Road curves, the red line across there's a section line.
That's correct.
That's the one he's.
It's that dotted red line.
How far is that from the Bresky Road over to the Gray property?
I don't know for sure
Quarter
how
mile or-
far that is.
So the people that you're representing are opposed to no more negotiations? You pretty much want,
That is certainly their preference, although, as I mentioned, there's never been an offer to purchase an easement in the first place. What I've gathered from my client is their preference is to use the section line, but we haven't received an offer either.
thank you.
Hello, Chris Wells, you guys, we've been here before. I guess as for him to say it's reasonable to use their driveway, I don't think it's reasonable for someone to ask to use somebody else's driveway. I think reasonable it is for them to use the section line and come across where they're not affecting anybody else's private driveway. For them down the future to get money out of them to help for snow removal, for road work, I mean, I don't think that's reasonable to have them negotiate, because I mean, this is not a one-time deal. This is something that's going to go on for years and years for them to use their driveway and for negotiations. Plus, it's going to have to end up crossing my property too. Either way, whichever way they come, they're probably going to come across the where the blue line is there between the two grays, which is not labeled correctly. But I mean, they're still going to have to cross the corner of my property either way, I guess is what it comes to. But I would, I guess, rather see them come down the section line and come across that way. For my purposes, I guess. So that is the most reasonable way for everybody. I mean, it doesn't affect somebody else's private driveway. It doesn't affect the future. If I mean, we don't have to fight over money for snow removal, for road repairs. I mean, if their driveway's messed up, then they have to fix it. So that's my point. Thanks.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Hold on, Mr. Wells.
Mr. Wells, if I might,
George Fair.
where does it touch your property?
Well, wherever they come across the back, I mean, it's gonna come down the fence line, so it's gonna have to come across my property. Cause it'll be in the back corner on either side.
Second question is how far is it from Bradsky Road where it curves there over to the north-south blue line?
It's probably, I'm gonna say maybe 1,000 feet from there to that section line.
Less than, and is that pretty flat?
There's a deep ravine right at the first there, but once you get up on top of the ravine, it's flat. So especially coming across from the big section of grade, the 33, where the 33s are marked, coming across to the steel property, that's extremely flat, so.
And then the north-south there between the two gray properties, is that pretty flat?
Like I said, right when you come off of Bradsky Road, there's a deep ravine there. But, you know, and I don't know, they probably haven't talked to Grays because they don't want that, they wanna use the driveway. And he may be into helping them pay for that, cause I recently owned the back two pieces and just sold that to Lynn. So, and I know he's wanting access to that back with the road, so, I mean, they got options, they just haven't tried anything else, they don't wanna do anything else but use somebody's road, so. That's the cheapest, well, they think is gonna be the cheapest option for them, but in the long run, it's probably not.
The north-south connection there would be 300 feet, 400 feet maybe?
Yeah, somewhere right in there, it's not very far.
And then that's fairly flat.
That is flat, north-south, yep. That's extremely flat, so I mean, that would be cheap going across there.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Do we have anybody else, adjacent landowners in the audience that would like to speak? Anybody from the public? With no comment, I would request that Mr. Alderman give us some options of motions that to me, I think there's three motions that could be made. We start the process of an isolated track, deny it. And from what I've heard in the testimony so far, they're not willing to negotiate or seek a third-party mediator for this. So I think we're down to two options. What would be the motion to move forward with this Jay?
I guess in my opinion, the property is in fact isolated. I think that's kind of a no-brainer here. I've not heard anybody deny that. The question is how much emphasis you put on the statement unable to reach an agreement. What I've heard a couple landowners say is that there's not been any direct offer to purchase an access easement. I can't tell if they're not willing to negotiate with the applicant, or if they're willing to negotiate, they're just waiting for the applicant to make the overture. The applicant hasn't necessarily said that they've made an offer or are willing to make an offer. So I'm a little confused
Okay.
as I stand here, and I appreciate maybe some of the confusion of the board in trying to determine if that one requirement has been met, the requirement being if the owner is unable to agree. Of course, the statutes don't give us any direction. What do those three words mean? Unable to agree. You would think it would at least mean there's been an offer and a rejection. And then people could get into the fine detail of, well, was the offer reasonable? Was the rejection reasonable? I don't know how far the commission would want to go with that, but do I think there ought to be at least an offer and some response to that offer in order to satisfy, as I said earlier, a modicum of effort to reach an agreement? I think there ought to be something. So the board could do a motion to continue this matter until at least an offer is made, at least some effort to negotiate an actual purchase of the easement has been accomplished.
That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
I'll second that.
And then save the next decision as to determining isolated and moving forward. You could find today that the property is isolated, but still continue the matter so they can have this discussion.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jay. So for clarification of the motion, you're asking that the Steels make an offer? Is that what you?
The same motion I made 2 weeks ago was follow the law. And to me, unable to agree, that hasn't been manifested to me sufficiently, so let's go back at it.
Please clarify your motion.
My motion is to continue this or postpone it for at least another 2 weeks until the individuals involved, the applicants, have complied with SDCL 31-22-2. Me,
And,
they haven't done that.
okay, and that's your agreement on the second? Yes. Okay. And I just wanted to clarify the motion, so any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Mark?
Jay, is there any reason to proceed with the isolated tract until that happens? I mean, what's the point?
Well, I think you're right, because, again, I'm going to read this. If the owner of such an isolated tract is unable to agree with the owner of surrounding lands for purchase of a right-of-way, such isolated tract of land to the public highway, he may apply. So obviously, there is a prerequisite
Right.
that there has to be some effort to negotiate this private access before you can even apply.
Right.
And so one would suggest you don't go forward with processing the application until you're satisfied, at least at some level, that there's been an effort. And I guess, if the landowners, Mr. Wells and the Comerfords would say, look, we're not interested. Well, then it'd be a waste of time for the applicants to go attempt to negotiate an access. I haven't really heard that today. It suggests to me that we haven't been specifically made an offer. Well, what that implies is that we might consider one. So I don't think it's unreasonable to first ask the landowners, are you even interested in negotiating private access? And if the answer is yes, then that effort should be made before you proceed further with this application.
Okay.
And that's not the only option. Gray, at 300 or 400 feet there off the section line, has he been contacted? Or have they been contacted?
I can tell you what we have done. We've sent to Lynn and Cindy Gray at 524 Bradsky Road, all of the same information that everyone else has received. And if somebody can tell me that's not the appropriate address, I don't know what else to do.
I'll just make a little bit of comment. We do have a motion on the floor and for discussion. I agree with you, Jay. Where I struggled with this, when going through this, is we brought this forward and then all of a sudden we had somebody come up and say, well, they didn't check this. I was trying to get the applicants and the surrounding landowners to make a comment, either you're for it or against it, so we can either make a decision or not. It's obvious that through the discussions that there is still a possibility, and that was my point of giving them some room to make that option, is because I'd rather have you guys work together than to make us make the decision, and then there's gonna be some hard feelings for a lifetime. You know what I'm saying? On both sides, whoever decides how it works out. So I would encourage, now, how do we get to that point? I don't know, Mr. Speck. I mean, I don't know what the reasonable offer is to shoot out to them, to have them deny it, and then come back to us. A third-party mediator besides lawyers taken out of the picture to come up with that decision, you know. But I tend to agree with the motion on the floor to continue to give them that option, because I think the best solution is the landowners to work together. I mean, that's the win-win for both parties, not just one side.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, from what I understand that Jay and you yourself is saying is that these applicants should go to both Mr. Gray and the Wellses and try to negotiate some sort of purchase of an easement through either one of their properties or even through the line between the two properties. If there's options, they need to exhaust those options before they come before us to make that decision. Is that correct?
That's what I gathered from today's meeting.
And one nuance in the law, if I might, it says the owner, doesn't say plural, owner of surrounding lands. In this case, there's multiple owners.
Yeah.
So the law makes it a little trickier for, there's more than one option, there's more than one owner to negotiate with.
Yeah, it's the owner of surrounding lands, and if
Yeah.
there's more than one owner of surrounding lands, then sure.
Certainly the intent in 1935 was that somebody, probably a large operator, had the entire surrounding. I got one more question before we vote. How did it get isolated in the first place? Why would somebody buy an isolated tract? Why would somebody do that? Thank you.
Yeah.
And it might be answered if people came to the podium, there were, apparently there were some reference to easements, so I'm assuming at some point people didn't think it was isolated until it went to court and the court decided the easements weren't specific enough or accurate enough and so denied their existence. So it may well have been, Commissioner Farabee, that people never thought it was isolated until that was litigated.
I think going through the stuff, that's what I could kind of concluded with time, contract for deeds and lands got sold. There were agreements, but then things change over time.
Those dissolved.
Yeah, so that's what I kind of gathered.
Probably wasn't much title insurance on that property when it was transferred in, correct?
But I think the board's ready to vote on this. So what I'd like to do is take a roll call vote, please.
Buskerud,
Aye.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Farabee,
Yes.
LaCroy.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. LaCroy. We are on number 11 now, request for variance of two. Go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry, I just thought of something, if no one else is thinking about it on that item.
Jay?
There should be some kind of time frame. In other words, a report back to the commission from the applicant or landowners that no agreement is reached, and so we want to be back in front of the board, or the board set a time frame so they understand the time frame in which they've got to attempt their negotiations because you want it back in front of you. I didn't think about that until I sat down, but there should be some direction, I would think, to the applicant and landowners.
And my motion basically is when they follow the law, come back to us. It's on them, not on us. They're asking for us to do something. And we shouldn't do something until they've done what they're required to do. So if it takes them 6 days, fine, 6 weeks, fine, 6 months, it's up to them.
And the motion, I guess, the motion did say follow that, so Mr. Speck is standing here with his applicant. I guess when they're ready to come back, they can let the board know, get back on the agenda.
Is that acceptable? Okay.
Thank you, Jay. All right, I'll try 11 again. Request for variance of ordinance number 14, approval of additional approach. Miss Robin Featherstone, can we have you approach the podium, please? Thank you. Just state your name if you would, please.
Robin Featherstone.
And pull that down just so, thank you, Ms. Robin. Go ahead and, can we pull up the additional approach on the screen, please? So the board can see what we're talking about.
It's okay.
Give us just a minute, Ms. Robbins, and we'll pull up your approach on the screen there for you. Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, it's Andy's password.
Thanks for all your help today, Andy.
Loaned your laptop out, didn't you?
I hear you very well there. Buddy. There's Tort. Thank you, Miss Ollie. Thank you, Andy. All right. Now we have a picture of what you're talking about. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. You can go ahead and tell us what you're thinking and why you need your approach, if that's okay? Yes, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, we want to build a shed on the back of our property. And basically, we have to be approved to have a second driveway. And that's basically what the county or the highway department said. You have to be approved for us to do this.
Okay.
So,
And we have the highway department, Mr. Schock, please come speak about the second approach and what the highway's thinking, please.
Good morning. Mark Schock, Pennington County Highway.
Different picture?
We do have an overhead view of this on here also.
Yes.
Not sure how to find it here.
Ms. Holly, could you help us with the other picture? It's the one, Mr. DeSanto, thank you.
There wasn't another picture submitted in the packet, sir, so I can run.
The one that I sent over?
We have those in our packet.
We
Yeah.
have copies in our packet.
I think so. I think there is.
Was it before?
No, you go down.
Mark?
Yeah, at the very bottom, it's the last, second to last page, or last page.
There you
Oh.
go.
My apologies, I didn't know this was in there.
Thank you, Ms. Holly.
Thank you, Holly. This is the property the Featherstones property at the corner of Covington Street and Fort Street. They would like to construct a machine shed. I did mark where the proposed second approach would be located. They would like a machine shed to the west of their house there. In order to use their existing approach that serves the house as a driveway, would make an awful tight turn there to make it around and access the second building. At the Highway Department, under Ordinance 14, we do not have the authorization to approve second approaches. That must come before the commission. Anytime that you add an additional approach to a highway or street, it does negatively affect safety. In this particular case, I think that impact would be rather minimal, very minimal. There's only 4 houses that are on the street. It's non-posted, but under state statute, any unposted urban street has an automatic 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. And we do not have a ADT or average daily traffic for this street, but under federal highway standards, if you count the residents, we anticipate the estimated ADT at under 40 vehicles per day. I guess this is a decision for the board, not the highway department. That's why we steered the Featherstones this direction.
Thank you. Mr. Schock? Any discussion from the board?
Madam
Any questions? Commissioner DeSanto, please.
I drove out there yesterday, drove around the neighborhood several times. Frankly, during the period of time, which was probably 25 minutes that I was looking, I only saw one car drive up Fort Street. My only concern is the length of vehicles that you would be pulling into that driveway. Do you have a gooseneck trailer or anything like that you're going to be pulling in there?
It'd probably be a car trailer.
A car trailer?
Yeah.
So 24 feet?
Yeah, with tongue, probably, yeah, about that length.
Okay. So I don't see any, if they're not pulling a 35-foot gooseneck in there with a pickup truck or a semi-truck, then I don't see any issues with it at all as far as the amount of traffic is very negligible.
Thank you, Mr. DeSanto. Any other discussion or questions?
What size is
Fairby?
it? What size is the lot?
What is it, 100 and,
Let me get the other,
221 on the top.
let me see.
it's just a hair over half acre.
Okay,
To,
that's fine, half acre is fine, thank you.
Yeah.
Our only concern is, are we setting any kind of precedent in that area if we allow a second approach?
Any other discussion? I have one question. Is the machine shop that you're calling, are you opening a business on that property?
No, it's just,
Okay.
just a
just a
store.
private shed. We've got, as you can see, there's 2 sheds there. We're getting rid of the 2 sheds and just build
Okay,
one
One
nicer
big one.
building.
just a question. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, do we have a motion, please?
I would make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by DeSanto,
Second?
second by Mr. Farabee. Any other discussion? Ms. Kara, roll call.
Buskerud,
Aye.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Farabee,
Yes.
LaCroy,
Aye.
Hadcock.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next is, wrong, Mark. Thank you, too. Number 12, it's request for waiver of penalty fees for conditional use permit from Jeremiah and Angela Thomas. If the applicants can come forward for us, thank you, and state your name. Thank you, folks.
Good morning, Jeremiah Thomas.
Angela Thomas.
We're requesting the waiver for the penalty fees to be applied for obtaining the conditional use permit. The small scale of my operation, I was under the impression that my road district's laws were the ones that applied, and I've come to realize I was incorrect on that. I operate about 4 hours a week on my 3.5 acre lot. I've been instrumental in my road district in removing mountain pine beetle infested trees and decreasing the risk of catastrophic fires in there. Helped out numerous landowners. And I guess I'm just hoping to be able to apply these fees for the penalty to the conditional use permit. I have a full-time job that doesn't apply to any of this, so it's a real small scale. I was misunderstood on the whole, everything. I generated an LLC for what I do at home, and I thought I was covered. And I guess I just didn't have all my information right.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Ms. Thomas, did you have anything to add?
We have a road district where we live, and I really was under the impression that the road district was the governing, the covenant of the road district were the governing document. I actually serve on the board of the road district, so I really had no idea that, that on top of that, the county had zoning restrictions. So it's really, we're just pleading ignorance, I guess. We had no idea. We are also having to pay back sales taxes because we didn't know about that either. So we didn't do our research.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the board for Mr. and Mrs. Thomas?
This is a portable sawmill operation, correct?
Commissioner Farabee?
Yes, it is.
Roughly how much time do you spend on site and how much time do you spend away from?
Oh, I would say it's about 60% on-site, figures out to about 2.5 hours of use a week of the sawmill. Since I've owned it, the math figures out to about 2.5 hours a week.
And you do go to other
Yeah, I've
locations?
been to Pringle numerous times, Nemo, helping people cut logs and stuff up on their own properties, so. I do some furniture work with mountain pine beetle wood out of my garage, and it's more of a hobby business for me. Like I said, I do 50 hours a week at my full-time job, so.
Any other questions for Mr. Thomas or Ms. Thomas? Do we have a motion?
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying.
Commissioner Farabee?
I move that we waive the penalty fees for the portable sawmill operation CUP.
There's been a motion to waive the penalties, fees. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I would second that.
Second for discussion. Any discussion? Commissioner LaCroy?
So you're only operating about 2.5 hours a day, and it's
A week.
portable a week?
Yep.
And this come to light from a complaint, right? And so may I ask what the complaint was?
It was an anonymous complaint, so we don't know.
Okay.
It was for noise, though. I believe, anyway.
Oh, because of the noise of the saw.
And completion of this today, we're actually got all the paperwork to go start the process for the permit, but, so we're getting ready to get all that stuff turning too, but.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner DeSanto?
what's the size of your property?
3.6 acres.
3.6 acres? And how is your shop set up in conjunction with the neighbors' houses and that kind of stuff?
We did submit a map with the,
Yeah, she made a
I'm
nice
looking at it
map.
right now, but a little small.
Can we pull the map up for us, Holly? That way the audience can look at what we're talking about too, Mr. DeSanto.
The sawmill actually gets stored inside a barn too. I mean, I don't expose it outside when I'm on my full-time job, so
When you're using it, is it outside?
just when I use it. Yep.
Okay.
Then at the end of the day, usually on a Saturday, it goes back in the barn at night.
Yeah,
Here's the picture, Mr. DeSanto.
It's pretty much centered on the east side of my property, real decent setback from the road.
So where was the noise complaint from, sir? I guess it's anonymous, duh. You said that.
Yeah.
yeah.
I guess it's from behind you.
I mean, those pieces of property, in my opinion, were purchased because of the size of the pieces of property and that you should be able to do you know,
I
what
mean,
you
it's
want
got
on
the-
your own piece of property.
The sawmill has the same motor as my riding mower. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
I'm
23
I'm
horsepower.
familiar with those sawmills. They're not,
So we do have a motion. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair, I might mention that I did visit the
Fairly.
site and very impressed with how well it's cleaned up and the pine bug, the trees have really been hit in that area. And I'm guessing that entire Leisure Hills is somewhere around a half a section thereabouts. And there's lots of cleanup yet to be done. It's one heck of a fire hazard and if we can turn some of that wood into productive use and clean up the area, I think everybody benefits.
Thank you, Commissioner Fairby. We're going to go ahead and do a roll call vote, if that's okay, Ms. Kara?
Buskerud,
No.
DeSanto,
aye.
Fairby,
Yes?
LaCroy,
Aye.
Hadcock.
Aye. Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Number 13 is items from the auditor. Ms. KJ?
Good morning. KJ Peterson, Chief Deputy Auditor. We have just one agenda item today. It's new on-off sale malt beverage and farm wine for Rush Mountain Adventure Park, located on Highway 44 near Keystone. The sheriff and planning have both reviewed the application, and our request is to approve the license.
Is there a motion, please?
Move approval.
Moved by Commissioner Fairby, second by Commissioner LaCroy. Any discussion? No discussion? Any discussion? All right. If not, Kara, roll call, please.
Buskerud,
Yes.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Fairby,
Yes?
LaCroy,
Aye.
Hadcock.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. KJ. Number 14 is items from the Sheriff, State's Attorney, Health and Human Services. This is an update on mental health care efforts with Rapid City Regional Health Facilities and Pennington County Jail. Barry, I didn't even recognize you this morning. You have hands.
Good morning, Kevin Tome, Pennington County Sheriff, and
Good morning, Barry Tice, Director of Pennington County Health and Human Services.
Thank you.
apologize for being gone at the last meeting, so thank you for continuing it to this meeting. I know Jay Alderman's here from the State's Attorney's Office to offer any comments as well, but, since the last meeting, the chief, Carl Jagras, and I have met with two representatives from Rapid City Regional Hospital, and we put together a working group called the West River Behavioral Health Alliance. And we have a meeting actually scheduled tomorrow. There'll be about 30 of us. We're meeting from 10 o'clock to noon. It's a kickoff meeting. It's a beginning, not an end to the discussion. And so we're, I guess, trying to take advantage of all the discussion that's been in the media and in the public about, behavioral health in western South Dakota. It's not an easy solution. We feel adamant that we shouldn't criminalize behavioral health, and jail's not a good option for behavioral health issues absent people with criminal charges. And so that was part of the discussion, and now the goal is to find what I call a positive path forward. It was easy to solve, would have been solved a long time ago. And this involves, the tribes, the state, the city, the county, all in western South Dakota, because, we don't have the luxury of access to the Human Services Center in Yankton because of just the geographic distances. So we use it, but I think we underutilize it because of the geographic distance. So the state's going to be at the table to help with part of that discussion, and I want to remain optimistic that we'll try and find some positive outcomes from it. So,
thank you.
The only piece I would add to that is during the discussion this morning, there was a lot of references to working together. And we've always done a good job of that in our community. And again, when we talk about isolated track, West River is an isolated track. And, and so when it comes to resources, there's always a pretty major ripple effect when changes are made. And so we're fortunate we have a sheriff who is not willing to accept placing individuals in the jail and coming up with a solution. so that we can provide the right services for the mentally ill. And so I keep my fingers crossed that there are some goals, and hopefully we get to a resolution on what's happening so we can provide the right services for individuals in western South Dakota.
Thank you. Commissioner Farabee, you brought this forth. Did you want to speak first on this issue? This was positive to bring forward. Thank you.
The only thing I'd say, as I said before, we sure need to go to work on the problem. And you mentioned about 30 people. Can you give us a flavor of who those folks are?
Yeah, I don't have the list in front of me, but it's a combination of government entities and nonprofit entities, other service providers in the community. I think it's a fairly broad spectrum, and I can send you a list. I'll follow up with an email with a list that would help the commission.
I don't need a list, just a flavor of who they are, and I guess the regional health going to be part of that group, or?
What was the question?
Regional health going to be a part of the group, or?
Yeah, absolutely. 2 representatives from Regional Health met with the chief and I, and we were the 4 that, kicked this off and started the process to organizing this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Farabee. Commissioner LaCroix?
Thank you. First of all, I want to commend you guys for all the hard work that you put into this. Sometimes it takes a tragedy to bring people together, but I think you guys have always, Rapid Cities and Pennington County has always worked hard to come together and work together with things. And I think the issue that happened to make this happen, I think you guys were already working on it and had good possibilities. But I think, our community really pulls together when the going gets tough, and this shows with what you're doing. I mean, you're bringing in the state, city, county, and the surrounding areas all into one room and going to come up with some solutions, because I do believe we do have a big mental health problem in our community and in the state, not just our community, but everywhere. And, we need to work on and dealing with those problems. I've been involved in a lot of that stuff where, the mental health problem leads into alcoholism, and you take one away and you still not treat the other. So I really commend the work that you guys are doing. And thank you. I look forward to hearing how your meeting goes.
Thank you.
So do I. No, I'm just kidding.
Commissioner DeSanto, please.
Thank you. After making a trip to San Antonio, I could see that there's a lot of potential in this program. Some concerns of mine that I raised on the trip was that our demographic is quite different than the demographic of San Antonio, Texas, especially when it comes to the number of people in Rapid City that support this particular project. I feel that in order for it to work, we've got to have tremendous community as well as private support, as well as support from entities that are affected by the homelessness and the mental illness problem that we have in Rapid City, which includes Rapid City Regional Hospital. I believe that from what I could see, this is going to take a tremendous burden off of the emergency room. And if that's the case, then I believe that regional needs to be involved in funding this project as well. And I would just caution that we need to take it one step at a time. We're building the community health center at the college across the street. One step at a time, see if it works. As it works, progress. But like I said, I saw a lot of potential in it, and it was frankly very impressive what they've done in San Antonio. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe, since I've been in politics, which has been a few years, the community and the private sector have been coming together, and that's why collective impact and many of the things that have been working in Rapid City have been getting done. So that has been moving forward in a very positive way. West River Behavior Alliance, that's sounds like a group of people with Mr. Tome and Barry Tice, who are big leaders in this community for these projects. I think it will be a great solution with the leaders they have in that group for our community. So I've seen these guys work, they know how to get it done, and they know how to do it right. And they do involve the community in many different aspects in everything they do, and I appreciate that as well. The main thing is make sure the citizens and your leaders in your community know kind of what's happening and why you're moving forward, so we can keep that, the community updated, because it's going to be a positive, I believe, when that solution comes. So thank you for everything you guys do.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Forgot about Commissioner Buskerud. You gonna say anything?
I'm
say?
sorry, I forget about the screen. That's Mr.
I
Buskerud.
don't have anything new to add. I think this is
Thank you,
something
Mr. Buskerud.
And I agree. It's a well-needed project.
We need to flip that screen around once in a while. I forget you're in the corner. Thank you, Mr. Buskerud. We are at number 15, items from Highway Department. Number A is a request for public hearing to revise the official Pennington County highway system.
Good morning, Tom Wilsey again. First item is to set a date for the public hearing to revise the public county highway system. This is for the piece of South Valley Road that was annexed by the city of Rapid City. I'm requesting we set the date for the 18th of April.
Move to approve setting the public hearing meeting for 9:30 a.m. April 18th, 2017.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner LaCroy, second by Commissioner DeSanto. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, is
Commissioner
there
Farabee?
any way we can make that resolution the entire road?
I really wish we could.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
I am too. But right now, let's do it with this piece and get it, and then pursue the other.
One step at a time, Mr. Farabee. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Buskard, any discussion?
No.
Thank you, sir. Not, let's have roll call, please.
Buskerud,
Aye.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Farabee,
Yes.
LaCroy,
Aye.
Hadcock.
Aye, motion carries. Item B, authorization to purchase two 2017 JD 772 GP motor graders off the Minnesota State bid.
Pennington Highway Department requests authorization to purchase two motor graders off the Minnesota State bid. The bid was awarded to RDO Equipment Company, and I attached the bid documents as they were submitted with Minnesota. We have two motor graders that came out of warranty in September 30th of 2016, which we'd like to replace. These are the ones in the Rapid City office. Initial cost for these motor graders is a total of $589,402. We can then sell our two 2009 motor graders by sealed bid, and funds for these motor graders are included in our 2017 budget. I did talk to Butler at Cat at Butler and obtain a quote from them. They quoted me a 12 M3, which is actually a model below the 772. It would be equivalent to RDO's 672. The weights and items are similar, with one difference is the horsepower of the motor. Biggest difference. When you're pushing snow with a V-plow, you want every ounce of horsepower you can get. I attached the worksheets for the motor graders as submitted to us from RDO. And the Highway Department will remove and reuse the front fire and ripper. This will save us about $20,500 per unit. The Highway Department is requesting following motions. Motion to authorize the Highway Department to purchase two 2017 John Deere 772 GP motor graders off the Minnesota State bid for the price of $294,701 each.
Do we have a motion?
That'd be my motion for discussion.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'll second for discussion. Discussion, please.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner DeSanto.
I'm talking a lot today.
Bottom chart.
We sold a couple of these graders 2 years
A
ago?
year ago,
A year ago. How much did we receive for those graders?
240,000 a year ago. I anticipate about 210 for these two. That's for both of
received-
them.
We received that much for them?
Yes.
For the,
I anticipate 210,000 for these. It's a year later, more hours on them.
it's a concern of mine that we feel that we need to replace our vehicles and our equipment when the warranty runs out. I come from a farming background, and I've got farming friends that are operating with equipment from 1978 that still runs great, and they use it every day. And as long as it's maintained, these types of equipment are built to last a lot longer than 7 years, 8 years. So I'm concerned that we seem to want to, and I voiced my concern when I ran for this seat, that we want to replace things when they run out of warranty, when we could be just maintaining them, sell them later on.
RDO has maintained this equipment while it's under warranty and got us a cost. I don't have them for these two, but the last ones we did last year, one of them was over $100,000 worth of maintenance, and the other one was over $50,000 worth of maintenance. That's a big bite out of my budget. And that's over 7 years, but still, that's a lot. The cost for repairs on these things is very high.
Well, I'm sure it is.
And I have no reason to believe this is any less.
So with the two graders, we're talking a total of 200, you're thinking we'll get
210,000 for the two
both
of
them?
For the two of them, yes.
For the two of them. So we may recoup 2/3 of the cost of one of our
Yes,
new purchases.
right, approximately.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Farabee?
Madam Chair, as I recall, the last time we did this, we were going to open market the two old ones, right?
I believe I can get more money with this way. I talked to the people that do the bidding, Purple Wave and Iron Planet. They feel that we can get more money this way.
Yeah.
This is direct from them.
But my question was, last year, the discussion was that we would open market them.
Mm-hmm.
That
What I did was a sealed bid. I ended up,
that didn't work, right?
no, it did not work because they told me I could get more money this way. I want to get what's most for the county.
So we're basically trading them in,
Probably.
which is a change from last time.
Well, I'm going to sell them at sealed bid because Minnesota does not do a trade-in. I cannot do it legally. I have to do it by sealed bid.
Have we picked the two? We got 10 motor graders in the county, right?
That is correct.
Have we picked the two that are going down the road?
Pardon?
Have we picked the two of the 10 that are going down the road?
Yes, the two 2009 that are left.
So it's the 2009 models, and we'll be done with them, and there
Yes.
was 2011 models?
2010.
It's 2011. Madam Chair, the warranty work, obviously that'd be done by the RDO. Could any of that type of work be done by our folks?
Some of it could, yes. And after they come off a warranty, some of it will be done by our people.
Madam Chair, in my opinion, we're trading just to be trading, so to speak. And I think we can get a lot more life out of those machines if we don't abuse them. If we hire our folks or if we train our folks to maintain them. So I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Commissioner Farabee. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy?
You know, I struggle with this one because I think, as politicians, we constantly get a lot of this, why are we trading in? Why don't we make things last longer? That type of thing. I've sat on a few committees where we've actually evaluated
this process, and one of them was the landfill, you know, with the equipment at the landfill, rotating the stock and the maintenance and so forth. And I also come from a background of an industry that we used a lot of front-end loaders, and I've seen our equipment get run to the ground and costing us more just to keep it up than it would have been if we would have just traded it in. But for the fact that we don't want to trade it in and do something with it, we're going to keep pumping money into it, not to make that big expenditure. I've seen people do that, and then it becomes a safety issue. It gets broke down out in the middle of nowhere, then you have the cost to break. With that being said, that's why I kind of support this. I've seen a lot of this going through. Yes, can he make it last longer? Sure, he could. He's got the people to do it. But the thing is, who's going to make that determination of how long you hold on to it to where it's going to cost us and give us downtime for production for doing a road? You know, that's probably one of the biggest things that concerns me, is that all of a sudden it breaks down during the peak season and it's the motor and it's going to be down for 3 months because sometimes those parts aren't readily available. You know, so that's my concern on it, and that was one of the things that some of the committees I was on discussed. That's why we rotate the stock, so we don't get into that position to where we're down for 3 or 4 months. So I'll be supporting the motion on the floor.
Hold on, Mr. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner DeSanto.
I understand what you're saying, Lloyd, as far as the downtime is a concern. It's always a concern when we've got blizzards that blow through town and we need operating equipment. But in hearing what Tom said, that we spent $150,000 maintaining these over a 7-year period of time, it's $20,000, $22,000 something a year. That we were spending. We're spending an additional $370,000 after we deduct the $210,000 that we're going to get for the machines. That's 16 years of maintenance. That the cost of those 2 vehicles would pay for at $20,000 a year.
So just a question, it's $150,000 that you do to replace some of the stuff. How much time do your guys put into redoing these and trying to put them back together so they work appropriately? Because we're not adding that time as well, which you already know is a lot of time.
There is an advantage to us with having them under warranty. While they're down and getting the warranty work done, RDO gives us loaners, so we're never down.
Okay.
That is worth thousands, probably 20, 30,000 a year, I don't know. I'm just guessing at numbers. Because if we have something down, motor grader, say one of them in Hill City goes down, we have 2 motor graders in Hill City. One of them goes down and is down for 3 months. That's a big impact. We get a big snow, we have them put a V-plow on the front of a motor grader, it gets 10 miles away from the shop and breaks down. That's a big impact for us. That is why we try to trade them in on a regular basis, so that we can have reliable equipment when we need it in an emergency.
Thank you, Tom. I don't believe they trading them just to trade. Mr. Schock has been with this highway department a long time and many of the people, and I think you have to trust the people that are using the equipment and understand our job is to save the taxpayer dollars. But I think if you're talking about taxpayer dollars and savings, they would best know how to do it. They do it every day. And I believe they're on the same page we are. So in that sense, I'm going to trust that our highway department has this covered and they're not trading just to trade. So.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner DeSanto.
I'm not trying to say that our highway department's not trying to save us money. I think that we need to be accountable as well. There's a break-even point when it comes to trade, and I'd like to see more of a scientific, numerical evaluation of when that time comes. Is it at is it after, the year after the warranty is expired? Is it maintain it for 3 years after the warranty expired? Those numbers should be available. Kind of like what I just did, quick math in my head, that there's a point where it does make sense, and I understand. I'm not saying Tom's not trying to spend more taxpayer money than we have, or than we should. I just know that there's a good calculation on how to figure this out, so.
And I appreciate it, but here's the thing that makes this a lot easier. If we have these concerns and we think we're going to vote no, and we're thinking these things, and maybe it just comes up on the dais, some of that does.
Right.
But to check that information beforehand and go to the highway department and see their equipment, and I've done that. That's why I've trusted what they've said. They've told me, from talking to drivers to all the way to the highway department superintendent, once you get that picture and what they're doing and how they're spending it and why they're trading, I think there's a whole different way of looking at their perspective. So bottom line is, they're looking out for the roads and the safety of the people as well. So all that comes into play. So I appreciate saving money as well. That's what we're here for. And I do the homework as well, and I know LaCroix has been out to the highway service as well, so there's a balance here.
Right.
And I know we're trying to find that, Commissioner DeSanto, but I'll just tell you, you need to go out to the highway department, and the public is allowed to visit and ask these questions to the highway superintendent and go out and visit their shop. In fact, they're getting a different shop for efficiency as well. So that would be something for the public to see as well, and how they do things out at the highway department, so.
Well, Madam Chair, we got a public, but before, on his way up here, you mentioned the word picture, and here's a picture that's really disturbing to me. 2 years ago, budget, we got 4 2009 models and 6 2011 models. To me, that's a really disturbing picture. 4 2009 and 6 2011. At least stagger them. At least stagger, one a year for 10-year life or whatever. But that's a hell of a picture to me, very disturbing.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Farabee, but with that not being on the dais, it's hard to understand what disturbing means from what you're saying and not having all the information in front of us, so thank you.
I think you got somebody from the public, Madam Chair.
Sir? Yes, sir? Just state your name, please.
Wade Isler with RDO Equipment, Rapid
Okay.
City.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to say a few words, maybe address a couple of the concerns that commissioners may have. Some things that the county enjoys as benefits from purchasing that, say maybe the average consumer or farmer does not, is the huge discounts that you get. Most governmental agencies get discounts, yourselves included. Of all the products out there, the largest discounts happen to come on motor graders. Something like 80% of all new motor graders are sold to governmental agencies. So there's a big incentive that John Deere gives to counties and cities. So in turn, if you look at the Minnesota state contract, you're purchasing those for about half of list price. So, we talk about the right time to get rid of them. And most counties will agree that they get very expensive if you start running them outside of warranty. There is a very good secondary market as well for those machines to contractors. So, obviously a machine with 5,000 or 6,000 hours, 4,000 hours even better, has a lot more demand than something with, say, 9,000 or 10,000 hours.
Do you have a lot of trade-ins, or what Tom is doing with the warranties? What is the purpose, a lot of times, if they're getting rid of them and not keeping them for another 10 years? I mean, what's the cost on the counties or the area or the people keeping these? I mean, is it more than buying a new one? That's the bottom line here, is what we're
Right.
thinking.
And That's a great question, and I mean, there probably isn't a perfect answer for that. I mean,
Right.
if everybody knew when an engine or a transmission was gonna fail, you know, it'd be pretty easy. But the other thing is diagnosing these machines. It's much like your automobiles today. They have several computers. A hose breaks or leaks, yeah, you can fix that. Something else goes wrong internally, unless you have the laptop and the software and the technician that's trained to use it, you're not gonna get very far.
So just a question, it's a 7-year warranty on a car, you can re-up that warranty. Can you on these motor graders?
7 is the longest that John Deere goes.
Okay.
And I know John Deere is good equipment, so I am listening to Mr. DeSanto and Mr. Farabee. How long should a motor grader last? And I know it depends on the hours, just like your car, but what I'm saying is these guys use this day in and day out.
Correct.
So I know
Yeah.
you're gonna be on the side of, yeah, we last 100 years because we
Obviously,
have John
yeah.
Deere, but 7 years, I have to agree, doesn't seem like a long time, but I also have been out there and seen what that equipment looks like, and it's well-used in 7 years from the highway department.
Yeah. You know, I guess I don't know if I'm qualified to maybe answer that.
You have a
know,
lot of trade-ins in 7 years on warranties? You should know that, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess to answer that question, most counties and, well, I'll say counties within South Dakota and even North Dakota, we have stores there in Minnesota, are trying to move to, I mean, if their budget allows, to always keep them under warranty. That's what most counties and agencies have determined is in the best long-term goal of their equipment fleet, especially motor graders, because they are a main piece of equipment to keep the roads open to fire and ambulance and other emergency services. I don't know if that answered your question.
That's good, thank you.
Madam Chair, I'll make a substitute motion.
Commissioner Farabee?
Approve the purchase of one new motor grader.
There's been a motion to purchase one motor grader.
I would second that motion and.
There's a second?
And alternate it.
Discussion on purchasing one motor grader for the motion. Any discussion? Any discussion? Roll
may I
call
say
vote, please.
We have somebody from the public who wants to talk.
Sorry.
And Tom.
Well, we still have discussion, so we can still have him talk. Tom, you want to go first, and then we'll have the audience member.
The reason I was wanting to get two is to have two of the same year in the shop, in one location. That way we only have to keep one set of filters, as an example, for maintaining. You get a 2017 and then a 2018, the filters change. And some of these filters are $70, $80, $100 a piece. If we can keep just one set handy, then it really helps us with our inventory.
Thank you. We have someone from the public that would like to speak. Come on up, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, Dan Richer. I just want to point out, I can see both sides of this argument. I drive a 15-year-old car with damn near 300,000 miles on it. And it's still cheaper than making payments. But the one thing I'd like to point out more than anything is last several months, every agenda has a supplemental budget request. And I realize some of them are for bonded issues, but most of them are not. And the county auditor mentioned to you that you're down to 14% on your unappropriated funds. And as I recall, you started out a couple of years ago at 18%, there was a huge discussion about bringing that up to 20% because the auditor wanted it at 20%. And I think the compromise was they'd go with 18% and then add a percent every year. But now we're down to 14%, and I'd just like to bring that to your attention that that's something you need to think hard and fast about on these cost analysis. You know, cost analysis was just done very quickly right here. I did a pretty good one, fast one too. And I think that's what's missing from these arguments is the cost analysis. What it's costing, what it's anticipated to cost, and what a new one costs. I mean, that's how I figure out if I need a new car or not. Right now, it's cheaper for me to drive this 15-year-old car than it is to buy a new one. So I think the cost analysis is what's missing here.
Thank you, Mr. Richer. Tom Wilsey, do you guys do cost analysis? How do you come up with you need the road graders, 2 road graders now instead of keeping them for another 7 years without a warranty or 5 years? How's that determination made?
Have to get what the cost that we have spent on the maintenance of them already. I could get that from RDO.
Right.
And I could estimate, I mean, at 5,000 hours, which both of these machines are at, we figure the maintenance is going to go up.
So you've done your cost analysis on this before. It's just not been asked to
I've
be
just not
brought
been asked
forward.
to be
And
brought
maybe
forward
that
yet,
could be a commission request in the future is they show us the cost analysis and where you came up with the answers, if that's what this board needs. And the citizens are obviously saying the same thing. So we do have a motion on the floor. It was about 1 road grader. Any more discussion? Commissioner LaCroix.
Tom, you mentioned that you wanted to keep 2 of these in the same place. I mean, is this like 2 for Hill City or is it for 2 for Wall so that
Yes.
you have the same amount?
Same year at any location, yes. Any of our shops. Right now, we have the 2 we bought last year, I have at the New Underwood shop.
One final question.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Please. Yeah, we have 10 motor graders. They bought 4 of them one year and 6 the following year. They are 2009s and 2010s. By going for 2, I'm trying to spread that out. I am trying to budget it accordingly so that I can have a rolling inventory, so to speak, through these. To delay it more, I'm afraid of the cost of what the repairs are going to be.
One other comment I wanted to make, Tom, is I just attended the training in Pier last week, and we had great discussion over building roads and graders and so forth. And just from my personal experience, just like forklifts, every forklift's different. If you get 2 of them the same, the operator learns how to work them. When you start switching them up, then they have to learn how to work and operate each one. And one of the biggest concerns that they said at that meeting was, yes, operators do roads differently and each one does, but it also has to do with the equipment also. So I'm not going to be voting for.
The other thing, like you said, two motor graders are different. I told you, the last ones we did last year, one was $110,000 worth of work, the other one was less than 50. That's a big difference, I'll admit, but one had more problems than the other. The ones we have now, we're not having big problems yet. I was just talking with one of the operators, and the adjustable grade on one of them, he was trying to calibrate it and get it right. He says, I can't get it calibrated. There's something wrong here. You know, things like this, little things, it doesn't sound like much, but when you're grading a 10-mile stretch of road and you can't trust your grade, it makes a big difference.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner DeSanto.
Once again, Tom, could you tell me how many 09s do we have?
We have 2 left. We traded 2 of them last year, and these 2 that I want to trade this year.
Okay, and then the newer year is 2011. We have
2010.
2010.
They're
How many
2010
2010s
units.
do
We have 6 of them. And they're all coming off of warranty August 1st of this year. I am stretching these out.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, Ms. Kara?
Before, I've got to add one more comment. The difference in maintenance on the two machines that were mentioned could have to do with the operator as well. And those of us who've been around a while know that some operators abuse machinery.
Some are harder on others than.
Yeah. So we need to keep that in mind, that we probably need to not abuse our machinery. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Farabee. Mr. Buskerud, any discussion from you?
No, I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Kara.
On the substitute motion.
Substitute, one more motor grader.
Buskerud,
No.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Farabee,
Yes.
LaCroy,
No.
Adcock.
No. Motion fails. We're back to the original motion. Any discussion on the original motion of 2 rotograders? If not, Kara, please.
Buskerud,
No.
DeSanto,
No.
Farabee,
No.
LaCroy,
Aye.
Adcock.
Aye. Motion fails. What's your wish, Commission? You have no on both. There's a substitute?
No, that's no. Just
I'll make
no.
a substitute for us to bring this back next meeting, if that's okay, with the analysis on these road graders. If that's okay, that would be my motion, and any other information we need to move forward on this item.
Second.
Oh, we just voted no.
On
The
both of
majority,
them.
the vote voted no on new motor graders, period. It's over. It's over.
Jay, both the motions failed. Can I make a continuance on this motion?
Madam Chairman, only the person on the winning side, I think, can make a motion for continue, or for a reconsideration, I believe.
So is this a reconsideration or a continuance? So we get some answers, so we understand, because both motions failed with 1 and 2 motor graders, and I think this is not going to be a good motion failing when he needs motor graders, guys. So we need to find a solution here.
I think Commissioner Buskerud probably has the best idea that this is a motion to reconsider, because both motions failed, so you're reconsidering some aspect of one of those 2 motions, or the motion to purchase in general. And so a person on the prevailing side of the motion is the one that has to bring or give notice of intent to reconsider.
Okay, so I'll reconsider on the 1 motor grader then.
But you can't, you're not on the prevailing side.
On that one I was, wasn't I?
No.
I said no on the reconsideration, or so I was on the prevailing side.
She was on the prevailing side of the substitute motion.
Yes.
But that one went away. That one failed.
Yes, but both failed.
So
So can I reconsider on the 1 motor grader?
Primary motion, no. The main motion was to purchase 2, and it was voted down. End of story, next item.
Commissioner Farabee, let Jay talk. Thank you, sir.
I guess I'll give the opinion that it's reconsider on the main motion. And so a member of that winning party has to do their motion. So who would that be? Commissioner Farabee, Commissioner Santo, Commissioner Buskerud. One of those 3 individuals would have to move to give notice of intent to reconsider, and that could be brought up at the next meeting.
All righty. So motion fails if there's no reconsideration from the prevailing side on 2 motor graders? Not, motion fails. Thank you. Wow. C is purchase of a brush chipper.
This is a rather unique thing for me. I brought to you a couple months ago to bid a new brush chipper. In reading the laws, I found out in 2016, they raised the limit from 25,000 to 50,000 that we can purchase without going to bid. A brush chipper, I know we would only get one bid. And I've been talking to Vermeer about these brush chippers, and they have a brush chipper that we can purchase from them. I am requesting authorization to purchase it and to declare surplus our 2001 brush chipper and for trade-in.
Thank you.
So moved.
Moved by DeSanto. Second by LaCroy. Discussion, please.
Do those have to be separate motions? Do we have to surplus in one motion and?
We've never separated before. Commissioner Farabee, would you like to
Well,
separate those?
just a question, and another question, Madam Chair, is this a typo purchase, a 2014 brush chipper?
No, it's a used chipper. It has less than 40 hours on it.
It's new.
Yes. And I can tell you, of those 40 hours, we have put 25 of them on it. We have borrowed it.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
And my crew likes it.
Do you wish that I withdraw my original motion and do two separate motions, or?
That would be, nope, you could do a substitute with, if Mr. Farabee or you would like to make a substitute to make it two separate motions.
I would make a substitute motion that we make it two separate motions.
Okay, so
One on the purchase, one on the surplus.
Surplus, yeah.
and we can have the original motion maker make a substitute?
It's okay with the seconder.
Okay. So we're withdrawn. All right. So we'll take up the first one of purchasing the brush chipper, and that was motion made by DeSanto. Are you still the second on the substitute, Mr. LaCroy?
Yep.
Okay, any discussion on purchase of the brush chipper? Okay, roll call, please.
Buskerud,
Aye.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Farabee,
Yes.
LaCroy,
Aye.
Hadcock.
Aye. Second half is on the surplusing. Do we have a motion on what we want to do with the surplusing?
I'm requesting that we surplus it for trade-in. They are going to give us a decent price for it.
I move that we surplus it for trade.
Okay. There's been a motion by DeSanto and second by Mr. LaCroy to surplus for trade. Any discussion? If not, Ms. Kara, roll call, please.
Buskerud,
Aye.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Farabee,
Yes.
LaCroy,
Aye.
Hadcock.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Next, we are end of the consent calendar. We are going to do if we could, a 2017 Pennington County assessment presentation by our equalization department. Your name, sir?
Good morning, Shannon Rittberger, Director of Equalization. I've got a presentation on assessment taxes from your assessment notice all the way through the budgeting and tax process. Holly and I have talked about doing this for a couple of years. I created the structure of it. Holly helped me, added, tweaked. The Department of Revenue has helped do this, and this is the final result. I'm going to go through it rather quickly, or we will be here a very long time. If you have a question, you will have to interrupt me because I'm going to try to keep moving through it.
We like discussion, so you might be here a very long time.
Well, it's a fascinating subject, so I can do it.
If there's anybody in the audience as well who has questions after he does his presentation on the property tax assessment and taxation, feel free to come up or just raise your hand, and we will acknowledge you so you can ask your questions to our equalization department. Thank you.
Okay. So, make sure I got, there's a little red dot, which doesn't do any good because I'm looking at a different screen than you are. Okay, so we're going to start with a timeline. And the very first date on this, nothing actually happens, but the assessment date is November 1st. All property is assessed at market value, and because the market changes and because property changes, there has to be a single date that property is assessed. And that magical date picked by our state legislature is November 1st. So your property is assessed as it is and at its market value on November 1st. And then the assessment notice that notifies you how much your property is assessed at is mailed March 1st. In Pennington County, we typically mail that a few days, maybe even a week or so early, but the law says by March 1st. Then, from March to June, usually mostly March and April, we do the appeal process. That's the local boards of equalization, the county board of equalization, and then an appeal to the Office of Hearing Examiner can go into June. That's the appeal process in March and June. Once that appeal process is done, we have set our assessed value for the year. You start your budgeting process in July. Your provisional budget is due in July. In July through September, you do budget hearings. And then your final budget is due in September. On October 1st, all of those property tax budget requests are submitted to the county auditor from all of the different taxing entities. Now we have our assessed value, our taxable base, and we have our budget requests, and the levies can be calculated and certified by the state. The auditor does that in November and December, and then in January 1st, you're mailed a tax bill on that assessment that started back in March 1st as of the previous November 1st. And the taxes are usually paid then in April and October. Some definitions. The assessed value is the value that you see on your assessment notice. In South Dakota, assessed value is full market value. Taxable value is the value that's indicated on your tax bill. Taxable value is equalized to 85% of market value. The equalization or taxable factor, equalization factor, taxable factor, the factor, that is the multiplier that converts assessed value to taxable value. We get it from the Department of Revenue, and it's based on statistical analysis of sales. The levy is a tax rate. It's usually expressed as, by definition, it's expressed as dollars of tax per thousand of taxable value. It is the result of your budget divided by total taxable value. Now, budget, when I talk from here on out about budget, I am talking about property tax budget. Every taxing entity has more to their budget than what they receive in property taxes, especially the county. But this focuses on assessment and property taxes. So when I talk budget, I'm talking about the amount of money the taxing entity wants to take from property tax, not counting everything else in the budget. Property tax in South Dakota and nationwide is the primary source of revenue for local governments. Something some people do not understand, the state of South Dakota does not collect or spend any property tax dollars. Some other states maybe, but in South Dakota, the state does not collect and it does not spend property tax dollars. Property tax is called an ad valorem tax. That's a Latin term for according to value. And in South Dakota, the statute requires that all property be assessed at its true and full value. True and full value is market value, what you could sell your property for. Assessed value is not a percentage of market value. This is a major misconception that we hear a lot. Many people assume that your assessment is a certain percentage of market value. It should be full market value, what you could sell your property for. Your assessment notice comes out, tells you what your property is assessed at. If the county assessor is doing his job properly, it should be what you could sell your property for, or at least what the county assessor thinks you could sell your property for. All property, well, equalization. Equalization, the office is called the Director of Equalization. Equalization means that all property is assessed at market value. It does not mean that all property is assessed at the same dollar amount, and it doesn't mean that all property changes assessment at the same rate every year. It means that all property is assessed at market value. All property in South Dakota is assessed every year based on its value as of November 1st. Now, determining assessed value. We're called the Office of the Director of Equalization. An antiquated term is the county appraiser. because that's really what we are, is we are an office of appraisers that has to appraise in Pennington County about 50,000 properties every year. We have to determine what 50,000 properties are worth every single year. And we use mass appraisal processes to do that. The non-government industry does some mass appraisal practices as well. The government is the biggest pursuer of mass appraisal, because that's our job. What we do is we send out staff appraisers to inspect all the properties, or as many as we can look at every year, and we collect data on those properties, all of the factors that we think influence market value. And they're common sense stuff. Size of a house, the age the house was built, the quality of the construction, whether there's basement finish, bedrooms, bathrooms, size of the land, whatever. All of those factors we think influence value. We collect that data on all those properties. And a proper procedure would be to inspect all of those properties to collect that data, or to at least verify that data every 5 to 7 years. We haven't been doing that in Pennington County. We still have some neighborhoods that haven't been looked at in 25 years. But we are on track with as many properties as we're looking at right now that we will inspect every property every 6 or 7 years. We're on track to do that now. We store all of that data we collect in a CAMA system. CAMA is an acronym for Computer Assisted Mass Appraisal. It's a software. And that software system stores all of those details about all of those properties. And then it assists us in the appraisal process. We also know about every sale that takes place in the county. We know what property sold, and we know how much it sold for. We verify it to make sure we have good information on those sales, and like any appraiser out there, we're required by state law to consider the 3 traditional approaches to value: the cost approach, the sales comparison approach, and the income approach. The same as any appraiser independently working for a bank or an estate or something like that. Those 3 approaches to value are just 3 different directions to all arrive at market value. They don't come up with a different value. All 3 approaches are looking for market value, just a different method to calculate it. Then we create a valuation model. A model is a mathematical formula that represents the market, and that model allows us to value all of the properties consistently and equally. The changes from year to year. All properties assessed every year. Even if we don't look at a property, its assessment can change. And we put a market value on every property every year, even if we don't go look at it, because the market changes, the property changes. Assessed values can change for a variety of reasons. The primary reason an assessment can change is the property physically changes. There's either an addition to it or depreciation. Every year I hear several people insist that my property has not changed in 20 years. I've done nothing to it. Okay, that isn't true. Really, is there anybody out there that hasn't done anything to your property? You have a home and you've never cleaned it, you've never fixed it, you've never maintained it, you haven't done any kind of remodeling? There's very few properties that haven't changed. But if there is that property where nothing has changed, it's at least got 20 years older. Okay, that's depreciation and that's change. So there is no property that hasn't changed. And we need to account for both additions and depreciation. If that property hasn't changed, if it hasn't even depreciated, the market still changes. Your property can change its assessed value from one year to the next just simply because the market changes. And then a less obvious reason that your property might change its assessment from one year to the next is it might not have been at market value last year. And hopefully this year it is. The goal that we have is accurate assessments every year on all properties. Our goal is not to change your assessed value the same amount every year or change the value the same amount on every property every year. That's a blanket assessment change. We do not look at our assessment roll and say all properties up 5%. That wouldn't be proper. Properties change differently, different things happen to different properties, and not every property was as close to market value last year as we hope it is this year. The appeal process. Once assessment notices are mailed on March 1st, the county assessor, or nobody else, will ever change an assessed value for any reason except by a public Board of Equalization or the Office of Hearing Examiners or Circuit Court. Once those assessment notices are mailed, the assessment becomes public, and there will be no changes to any assessment for any reason unless it's done by a Board of Equalization. The law requires for an appeal the property owner to file written notice and submit that written notice before a deadline. The requirement of that written notice and that deadline are not something some bureaucrat is just holding to. They're state law. State law requires a written notice. State law sets up the deadlines. All boards of equalization meet in open, public meetings. Nobody tends to come to them except the people that are appealing. They're just not exciting enough. But the public is welcome to come to them. The law requires that the Board of Equalization can't start before a certain date, and it has to end by a certain date. That's all in state statute. And an appeal before a Board of Equalization is an argument over the accuracy of the assessed value or the classification of the property. It is not on the tax. There is no appeal on the taxes on a property, because at this point, we don't know what the taxes are. We don't even know what budgets are. We don't know what levies are. We're just trying to determine what is the property worth. Once those boards of equalization and the Office of Hearing Examiners have completed their work, the assessment is set. We can begin calculation of the levies. And at this point, no changes are made to assessed value on any property. Now, how do we measure the accuracy of our assessment? This is something that is a big concern to the county assessor and the state regulatory agency. We want to know how accurate our assessment is. And the way we do it is we use a sales ratio analysis. The sales ratio analysis compares the assessed value of a property to a sale price of a property that's sold. The sale ratio is assessed value divided by sale price. So if you have a property that's assessed at $90,000 and it's sold for $100,000, it's assessed at 90% of market value, at least based on that one sale price. Now, you take 2,000 sales and you do that with all 2,000 sales and you have a good, reliable number. One sale is not a market, but 2,000 of them gives you a good indication of what the market is. The primary measure we're looking for is a median ratio for all of those 2,000 sales, and we have approximately 2,000 sales in Pennington County. We're looking for a median ratio, not an average, because the average is too heavily influenced by those outliers. There's always extreme outliers in any statistical measure. So we use a median ratio. A 90% median sale ratio means that all property is generally assessed at 90% of market value. If our median ratio in Pennington County were 90%, you can say that most property is assessed at about 90% of sale price, or 90% of market value. We also do some other statistical measures, more than what I've put up here, but the primary ones we're looking at are coefficient of dispersion. That measures how close the average property is to that median ratio. It's one thing to say we're assessed at 90% of market value, anywhere from 60 to 140%. That's really pretty bad. It's better to say we're assessed at 90% of market value with most properties between 85 and 115%. The COD measures how tightly grouped we are together. The PRD is a price-related differential. That measures the relationship in the accuracy of the assessment between the high and low-valued properties. Are the lower-valued properties assessed closer to market value than the higher properties? Some numbers that tell us how accurate our assessment is. The Department of Revenue audits our office and every county assessor's office every year. They do two different audits in conjunction with each other. One of them is an audit of the sales in the office, and the other is a comprehensive audit. The audit of the sales ensures assessment accuracy and uniformity. The Department of Revenue looks at every sale, every transfer of ownership that takes place in every county, and they do an audit of all of those. And they calculate a median sale ratio, as well as some other statistical analysis. They're looking to determine how accurate our assessment is. That median ratio is the number that determines what the taxable factor is in our county. State law requires minimum accuracy standards, and the Department of Revenue is auditing our office to see if we meet those statutory requirements. State law requires that our median ratio be at least 85%. The law says that we're supposed to assess at full market value, but the law also says we better at least be at 85%. Pennington County is at, this year, at 98% of market value, so we exceed that standard. We are very good there. State law also says that our coefficient of dispersion has to be less than 25%. Our COD in Pennington County this year is about 13%. So we can say in Pennington County that most property is assessed at 98% of market value within plus or minus 13% of that. That is a good, tight grouping. 25% is really, really pretty horrible, but that's the state standard and we exceed that. The Department of Revenue also does a compliance audit. There is an audit of the office procedures in every county assessor's office, just how well we do everything in our office. That is a very comprehensive audit, and there is a report of that audit that is sent to the county commissioners every year, and I think Holly put it in all of your mailboxes here just recently. Okay, I want to look at some formulas here, and I'm going to keep coming up with this. This slide's going to pop up a couple of times. The first one is assessed value times taxable factor equals taxable value. This is really pretty simple, but it's one of the most misunderstood things in my world. Assessed value times the factor equals taxable value. If a property is assessed at $100,000, the taxable factor is 0.9, then taxable value is $90,000. Assessed value is what you see on your assessment notice, taxable value is what you see on your tax bill, and that's how we calculate it.
So, just a question. Where's for the audience, the taxable value, or the taxable factor comes from where in the taxable, okay, the taxable factor is from where?
We
Say
get
that
the
again.
taxable factor from the Department of Revenue. The Department of Revenue audits our office, and they determine the level of our assessment, and then they give us a factor that puts our assessment at 85% of market value.
And is that taxable factor across the board, meaning across the state? Or do
Every
they
county
go-
has a different factor depending on how accurate their assessment is. Whatever level of assessment they are, they get a factor that puts it at 85%. So the factor in every county is different. And the factor in Pennington County is different every year depending on what our level of assessment is every year.
I thought from the Department of Revenue, it was always like 0.85 or 0.86 on average.
The factor that the Department of Revenue gives us puts taxable value at 85%. But that 0.9, depending on our level of assessment, might be 0.88, 0.95, whatever, to put us at 85%. And I'll get a little bit closer to that in a couple other slides.
Thank you.
Now, we have a couple other formulas, and I'll go over those as we get further into this. The property tax budget divided by total taxable value gives us the levy. You don't decide what the levy is. The levy is a mathematical result of budget divided by the tax base. And taxable value times the levy equals taxes due. And we'll get into that, get into those formulas a little bit farther on. Okay, now what is taxable value? Here, this is where we get into the details of this. State law says that property taxes shall be levied on valuations where the median level of assessment represents 85% of market value as determined by the Department of Revenue. We are assessed at 100% of market value, or as close as we can get to it.
Right.
And then taxes are levied on 85% of market value. We don't know every year what our level of assessment will be, but that factor the Department of Revenue gives us puts us to 85%. If a property is assessed at $100,000, the factor is 0.9, taxable value is $90,000. Taxable value is the value that shows up on your tax bill. It is the value that the levies are multiplied against that gives you your taxes. The tax bill will show your taxable value. It will be a different number than what was on your assessment notice. This is a little bit more detailed here. The factor is what converts assessed value to taxable value. Again, if we have a $100,000 property, it's worth $100,000. You can sell it for $100,000. Your assessment notice says $100,000. The taxable factor is 0.9, taxable value will be $90,000. It's assigned every year to every county by the Department of Revenue. It's a result of the audit that the Department of Revenue does on all of those sales, all of those ratios in every county. And the Department of Revenue calculates that median level of assessment or that median sale ratio. And then the factor gives us 85%. If the level of assessment in Pennington County, if we were perfect, we're really close, but if we were perfect and we had a median level of assessment of 100%, then our factor would be 0.85 to get us to 85% of market value. If we were slackers, and we were assessing at 85% of market value, then our taxable factor would be 100% to get us to 85.
So either way, they'll bring it up. I guess that was where I was going. They'll
Bring
it
up or down,
where it's-
put it at 85%.
Right.
If we were assessing below 85% at 80%, our taxable value would actually be higher than assessed value because that factor will put us at 85%. If the level of assessment on the example there, if the level of assessment is 90%, the factor is 0.944, because if you do the math, 94.4% of 90% is 85%. Whatever our level of assessment is, the factor puts us at 85% of market value.
What you said.
And our level of assessment changes a little bit every year. Last year, we were at 96%, so our factor was a little bit different than it'll be this next year.
Right.
And every county has a different level of assessment, therefore a different taxable factor.
And basically, the state is trying to equalize the counties.
And the theory behind this is that the state provides state aid to school districts. And I don't think there's any school district in the state that doesn't get state aid. They don't collect enough property taxes to fulfill their budget, so the state wants to make sure that no county suppresses assessments to collect more state aid. The solution to that is a taxable factor that puts everybody at 85%.
Attempt to equalize the counties.
Yep, that's right. Okay, so the next formula, we've got assessed value, now we've got taxable value. The Department of Revenue has given us our factor, and now we know what our taxable value is. Now we're looking at the budget divided by total taxable value, and we get the levy. I need to stress this, the levy is just simply a mathematical result of the budget divided by total taxable value. And at this point in this presentation, we know what total taxable value is. Now we're going to talk about budgets. And I need to mention that property taxes are only a portion of the budget. This is an old slide from the auditor in Pennington County from a year or two ago. And at that time, property taxes were about 42% of our total budget. And it's about that same amount every year. And it's about that same amount in every county in the state. Maybe some counties have a larger percentage of property taxes as their budget, but no county's budget is entirely property tax. You get budget money from other sources.
Well, the bottom line too is fees and property taxes are pretty much our highest percentage.
Yeah.
The other thing, I think people, and when I discuss property taxes with people, 53%, we collect, what's the state collect, about 148 million last year, or something like that, between 147 and 149, I can't remember the exact total, but Pennington County received 48 million out of that. So people don't understand, when you look at your tax bill, 53% goes to schools, 26% comes to us out of that 147, 148 million.
Okay, good.
So, but a lot of people don't understand that, because when you look at your tax bills, they're looking at what the taxes is, and they think that Pennington County collects all the taxes, but we do collect it all, but it goes to different entities besides just Pennington County.
That's true. Yep, Pennington County collects all of the property tax, and most of your property tax bill goes to the school district.
Right.
Of the property taxes that the county keeps for its budget, it's still only a part of the county's budget.
Right.
Okay, our property tax budget request. The term request is something we get from the Department of Revenue. It is a budget request because you are asking for this much in property taxes. Your property tax budget is set by the governing body of every taxing district. In this case, the commissioners. The county commissioners decide every year how much money is going to be collected in property taxes. And that money is determined on the needs that the government needs to supply. We need to do all of this stuff, so this is how much money we need to collect in taxes to do that. And there are 207 different taxing entities in Pennington County that do this every year. There's the obvious ones, there's the county and the city and the school district, but there are 207 different taxing entities in Pennington County that are all setting budgets. Some of the more obvious ones are listed up there: county, cities, townships, schools, road districts, ambulance, fire, water, sanitary districts. There's 207 of them. So, there are limits when you set your budget every year. When you decide how much property tax you're going to collect, there are some limits. The amount of taxes that the taxing entity can receive is capped based upon what it received what it took in taxes last year, increased by two things. One is the economic index factor of 3% or CPI, whichever is less. So your property tax budget this year can be the same as last year plus 3% or the CPI, whichever's less. And you're capped at that amount. You can also increase your budget by the amount of taxes that new growth, new property added to the tax roll will pay. That's what new growth is. The theory here is that a new subdivision of houses is new to the tax roll this year and will be paying taxes. But they will also demand more county services, so you can increase your budget by the amount of taxes that new growth will pay, plus that 3% or the CPI. Now, the Consumer Price Index is not a magical number. It's just a number that's set in state statute. It is a federal index that essentially represents inflation. We get it from the Department of Revenue. It's the same for every taxing entity in South Dakota, but it is not some mythical number. You can look at the Wall Street Journal. It'll report what the Consumer Price Index is. New growth, as I said, that's new property added to the tax roll. It is not a change in value due to reappraisal. It is new property that wasn't there last year. New growth is always important to every taxing entity because it makes a difference on how much taxes you can, how much you can increase your tax budget by. We've had some discussion about stored CPI. State law allows for certain entities to store any unused CPI from the previous 3 years. And there's the years that each of these taxing entities were allowed to do this. What this is let's say the consumer price index is 2%, so you can only increase your budget by 2%. You can't go the full 3%, you're bound by that 2%, but you don't need to increase your budget 2%, you're only going to increase 1%. You can store that other 1% for a few years. Maybe next year the budget is worse and you can tap into that stored CPI. Calculating the levies. Tax rate, mill levy, and levy are often used interchangeably. They're the same thing. 1 mill is $1 of taxes per $1,000 of value. This formula here is important. Your budget request divided by total taxable value gives you your tax rate or your levy. This is a benign example here, but if the budget request is $1 million, and there's $70 million in taxable value, the levy is 0.014286. Nobody ever decided this year our levy will be 0.014286. We just know that we have $70 million in taxable value, and we have now decided that we want to take $1 million in property taxes, and 0.014286 gives us $1 million out of $70 million taxable base. The levy is just a mathematical result of the budget request and the available tax base. Now, we multiply that .014286 by 1,000, and we get a levy of $14 per $1,000 of value. Levies are not set by the governing board. Budgets are set. Taxable value is set by the assessor and the taxable factors. Levies are just the mathematical result. I'm repeating this because I have heard different politicians brag about what they have done to the levy. You haven't done anything to the levy. You've decided how much taxes you're going to take. The levy is a mathematical result. If taxable value increases, if the county assessor raises value, or if the factor changes taxable value, if taxable value increases and your budget is exactly the same, the levy will have to go down to take that same amount of budget from that increased value. If taxable value stays the same and budget increases, then the levy has to increase to take more tax money out of that same taxable value. Okay, we've done the top two formulas there. We're going to go on to how your taxes are calculated. Taxable value times the levy, taxes due. Your taxable value is $90,000. The levy is .014286. Taxes you owe at $1,286. Anybody at home can estimate what their taxes would be. The auditor posts the levies on a website. You should know what your property is assessed at. You can find the taxable factor, but the calculation of the tax is really pretty simple. Taxable value times the levy.
So the website's under the auditor's office? Or where
Yes,
do you
the
find it?
auditor's office posts all of the levy. Keep in mind, 207 taxing entities, there's a lot of numbers on that levy sheet. But we frequently get people that call us and say, I'm going to build a brand new house. Can you estimate what my taxes would be? I used last year's levy, their estimate of what the house is going to be worth, and we do that guess on what taxes would be. And it's really pretty close.
Thank you.
Taxes are paid in the year following the assessment. Remember, you get your assessment notice on March 1st based on the value of the property last November, but you pay taxes on that assessment next year. Tax bills are mailed in Pennington County on January 1st. Some counties mail them after January 1st, but your tax bill actually says your taxes are due and payable on January 1st. But the first half's not late till April, the second half's not late till October, so everybody in his right mind pays in April and October. Property taxes are owed by the property, not the person. And this is an important distinction. We try to mail the assessment notice and the tax bill to the most current owner of the property. But the county does not care who lives in it, who is responsible for taxes, or who's going to write the check. The property owes the tax bill. I can come in and pay Deb's property taxes, and Janet will take my check and not care that it was me and not Deb.
Thank you. Did you hear that? Put that on record.
If you buy a property and you work out an arrangement with the seller to split the tax bill, the county could care less. The county was not part of that negotiation. The property owes a tax, and we just want a check for the whole amount, don't care who pays it. The property owes the tax bill. Tax exemptions. All property, all real property in South Dakota is taxable unless specifically exempted by state statute. And the way this process works is a property owner that thinks they might be exempt from property taxes makes an application to the Director of Equalization by November 1st. And all of those properties that have claimed an exemption are published in a newspaper. The Director of Equalization investigates the property, makes a determination of whether they qualify or not, makes a recommendation to the County Board of Equalization. The County Board of Equalization every year approves or denies all exemptions from property tax.
How many do we have?
Gobs.
What's GOBS? Holly, you had that number, didn't you?
We have.
400 or something?
Yeah, hundreds. It's hundreds of them, yeah.
It was 470
If you just think of all of the churches alone, there's lots of churches in Pennington County, and that's just one exemption.
Schools, hospitals, yeah.
The requirements generally to be exempt from property tax, you must be an exempt entity as defined by state statute. The mere fact that you're nonprofit doesn't make you exempt from property taxes. You actually have to fit that definition in state statute. And you must use the property for the exempt purpose. A church can't buy a mini mart and the mini mart be exempt from taxes. The property has to be used for the church purposes. Any tax exemption or reduction in assessment creates a tax shift. Local governments set their budget requests on the need for government services. Any valuation reduction, any reduction in assessment, any exemption from property taxes increases the tax levy on everybody else. There is the idea out there that if I pay less taxes, the government gets less money. That's not true. The government, the taxing entity, all 207 of them, decide we have this much of a budget, and you will get that much budget money. If one person pays less, everybody else makes up that difference. Any reduction in assessment, any exemption creates a tax shift to everybody else. The most common exemptions. I got a graphic up there of a hospital. That just happens to be a graphic that was available. There was no intention of putting that dead center on this slide. Hospitals are one of the exemptions in South Dakota, exemptions from property tax. There are exemptions by statute. I've got all of the big ones there. Churches, charities, benevolent organizations, schools, hospitals, and congregate housing. Those are the big exemptions from property taxes. But we also have property tax reduction programs in South Dakota. This is not an exemption, but it's a reduction in taxes if you qualify as a disabled veteran, a paraplegic veteran, the elderly assessment freeze, $10,000 on ag buildings, historical moratorium, and discretionary formula. All of those are exemptions. And to reiterate, all of those require a tax shift to everybody else that's left paying taxes.
Shannon, describe discretionary formula.
Discretionary formula is an incentive to develop. There are several discretionary formulas available to the county and the city by state statute. What we have in Pennington County is what we've adopted, one of those options, what we've adopted in Pennington County is rural residential development. It is an incentive to develop rural subdivision properties. So if a developer develops that rural subdivision until those lots are sold, the taxes are graduated, 20% the first year, 40% the next year, 60%, and it works its way up to 100% over 5 years. There are options available for commercial development, industrial development. There are various ones. That just happens to be the one we have in Pennington County.
Thank you.
And we did find out there's about 26,000 property owners in the cities and about 11,000 rural properties paying property taxes. So.
TIF. Now we get to talk about TIF, everybody's favorite subject. TIF is a tax break used as an incentive to develop in a blighted area or for economic development. The TIF finances development of infrastructure, sewer, water, street, curb and gutter, that kind of thing. That's the whole purpose of the TIF, is to finance the development of that infrastructure. The taxes on growth in a TIF district go to pay the development cost. So if a developer is developing a property in a blighted area and needs the TIF financing to develop the infrastructure, the taxes collected from the growth of that development go to pay those costs. A base value is set before development happens. Taxable value increases as construction happens in the district, and the taxes on that growth above the base are diverted to the developer to pay those development costs. Here's a graphic I got from the Department of Revenue. The picture is pretty cool, and you'll have to read that tonight, when you're sitting in front of the TV. I'm going to read down through the words, and it's a good description. Let's say that today the property is bare land and has a base value of $1,000. It is expected to have a value of $1.7 million after it's all developed. When this project is done and the wonderful things we're going to do here, it'll be worth $1.7 million, but right now it's only worth $1,000 because nothing's happened. During the life of the TIF, the county, the city, and the schools continue to receive taxes based on the initial $1,000 base value. The taxes that are created due to the increased value of the property go toward payment of the bonds to pay off the infrastructure costs. Schools will receive taxes on the increased value from either an increased levy or from state aid. The schools don't lose tax money, but they don't lose money, but they don't get all of their tax money in the normal way. They get it from another direction, either an increased levy on everybody or from state aid. Once the TIF is paid off, the property taxes from the entire $1.7 million is divided up among all of the different taxing entities in the same way. It goes back to normal. Right. The life of TIFs, I think, are generally about 7 or 8 years.
About 10, 7 to 10.
Okay.
You might know, or again, you might not know, but who determines the costs?
I don't know. The TIF has to be approved. The TIF comes before the city or the county, and it goes through a vetting process at that level. I assume that the developer has to say, these are the costs of this infrastructure.
And hopefully there's some oversight, that somebody says this is the ceiling for the cost. In other words, hopefully the developer doesn't have a free hand in determining what the costs are.
Yeah, and I don't know
that are offset by the increased taxes that aren't collected.
Yeah, and I don't know how that is done.
The city finance officer runs that with, a lady, Patsy Horton, runs the TIF committee, and they run that over and over again, and then it's shown to a TIF committee, and then it's taken to the city council after that, so.
There are multiple meetings for a TIF to be approved.
Yes, but the city finance officer, I believe, if I'm right, Mr. LaCroix, runs those numbers with Miss Patsy, so.
Okay, now we're going to ag land. This slide is on the criteria for a property to be classed as agricultural for property tax purposes. We're not talking zoning, this is just property tax purposes and ag classification. Currently, to be classed as ag, a property must meet any 2 of the 3 criteria here. Any 2 of these. Number 1, in 3 of the previous 5 years, income of at least 10% of the taxable value of the land and at least $2,500 has to be there. Number 2, the principal use of the property is devoted to ag production for intended profit. And number 3, in Pennington County, there has to be 40 acres. This law is changing, and for next year, not this year, but next year, we've got a tweak of the law. First, the principal use of the property is ag production for intended profit. That is required first, and then either one of the other 2 criteria. Number 1, in 3 of the previous 5 years, income of at least 10% of the taxable value of the land, and number 2, a minimum of 40 acres in Pennington County. That's what determines whether a property is classed ag. Now, how ag land is assessed? Ag land is not assessed at market value. Sales are not used in the assessment of ag land. Ag land cannot be assessed more than market value. That's still in our state constitution, the same as non-ag property, but our ag assessments are so far below actual market value that we're not in danger of that. So we do not use sales in setting the assessment of ag land. Ag land is assessed based upon productivity, and the process we use in South Dakota is called the productivity formula. State law sets up the specifics of that productivity formula, and we've been doing this for something like 8 years now. Before that, we were at quasi-market value. Under the productivity formula, value is based upon typical yields and prices for typical crops in every county in South Dakota. An Olympic average of annual income is used. The Olympic average is 8 years' worth of annual income, drop the high and low and average the numbers in the middle. A value for each of crop and pasture is provided to each county, and values are applied to all parcels in the county adjusted for soil quality. So a parcel with better soil is assessed higher than a parcel with poorer soil. It's a way to adjust for the productivity of the land. We use those soil ratings for that. Under the productivity assessment, the assessment of ag land will track actual crop production and prices. It's that Olympic average, so it isn't going to fluctuate every year with whatever the prices were last year, but it will, over time, fluctuate with actual productions and incomes. All right, this is the final slide. This is just a summary of where we are on Pennington County. This is, after we get through all of this process and I tell you how all of this works, this is what we have. For the 2017 assessment in Pennington County, we have $10.1 billion in assessed value, not counting all of the properties that are exempt. How that changed from last year is that $10.1 billion is 8.5% higher than it was last year. New growth accounted for about 2.6% of that 8.5% increase. We added $241 million of property to the tax roll that was not there last year. That's the new growth we had in Pennington County. 2.6% is really very good growth. It doesn't seem like much, 2.6%, that's less than 3%, but every year we are adding about 3% to our tax roll every year. Over 10 years, that's well over 30% more property paying taxes that wasn't there before. Reappraisal accounted for just under 6% of that 8.5% increase. Our median level of assessment, as determined by Department of Revenue last year, was 96% of market value. This year we're better, we're at 98%. So our median level of assessment got closer to 100% market value. And consequently, our taxable factor will drop. Last year our factor was 88%. This year it'll be 86.5%. We haven't got that number from the Department of Revenue yet, but it will be something like that. Because we raised our level of assessment, got closer to 100%, our taxable percentage will go down. And then I got the note there that said the estimated change in our local real estate market is 5%. This is an imaginary number. I got some statistics from our local board of realtors that say that our real estate market on residential property last year increased at about 3.5%. Something I did in our office said that that increase was about 6%. So our market, I think, is commonly known. We're in an increasing real estate market, somewhere between 3.5% and 6% this last year. And that is it.
Board, or how about questions from the public? Anybody in the audience would like to ask any questions? How about your Jennifer from the newspaper? You've got this down.
I loved how he clarified that the levy is a mathematical formulation. The levy does go down does not mean that taxes go down. I just
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner LaCroix.
Thank you, Shannon. Your presentation from earlier in the year, the guy at the county commissioners meeting in Pier, he used your slides and so forth, and he.
Yep, I heard that. I got a text as it was starting in the morning.
Yeah.
This was a cooperative effort between me and several other people, and it is available now to anybody that wants to use it in any county. The Department of Revenue did it. It was better today, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And what's the word? Just kidding. Shannon, you and your people in equalization do a great job for us. Can you tell me again when the date to put in for your appeal for your property, when does that have to happen by?
The deadline to appeal to a local board was last week. I think it was Thursday. The deadline to appeal to the county board for a property located in the county is still next month, and I don't know what date that is. It's about the middle of April.
Okay, thank you. just for the general public so they know.
The back
what
of the
to-
assessment notice specifies that deadline. The back of the assessment notice says something like the third Thursday of the month or something, because that's how the state statute says it. So that deadline is on the back of your assessment notice.
So they go to your office and up on the second floor and fill out the appeal, or tell me the
law
process.
requires a written notice that you want to appeal. We have a form, and we fill out that appeal form on every property. We appreciate if the property owner would fill out that form, but the law only requires written notice. I don't care if you give me a sticky note or an email. We call an email written notice of an appeal.
Okay.
So once we get that notice, we contact the property owner and we make an offer to go look at the property. The first thing we want to know is there something about that property we don't know? We want to check our data. That data that we're collecting, we want to make sure it's right. So we appreciate it when the property owner will talk to us and tell us their concern, and we can look at the property. And if we think there's reason for the Board of Equalization to change the assessment, we will make that recommendation to the board. We can't change that value, but we will recommend that the board do so. If we don't think that there is reason to change it, and the property owner still does, the property owner shows up in front of the Board of Equalization and makes his argument.
Thank you. Board, do we have any other questions for Shannon?
Madam Chair, I just want to let Shannon know that this is a great presentation, and for a new commissioner, it's very educational and understandable. So I
Good.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
So then when somebody asks about COD and PRD, you'll be fully up to speed, right?
You're
We'll
going to be
refer-
smart at supper tonight.
Shannon, only you study it this much. We listen to you, and then we learn the process and hopefully sometimes agree with you. I'm kidding. Thank you for your time today, Shannon. It was a
Thank you.
great presentation. Next, board, we're on items from planning and zoning. Does anybody need a 5-minute break, or are we ready to go?
I'm fine.
Probably better have 5.
Okay, let's have a 5-minute motion, please, by Mr. Farabee,
Second.
second by Mr. DeSanto. Roll call, Ms. Kara. That gives them time to.
Baskerud,
Aye.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Farabee,
Yes.
LaCroy,
Aye.
Hadcock.
Aye, motion carries. That'll give the crew 5 minutes to set up their stuff. Board of Adjustment. Oh, yeah. We'll open, we need to convene as the Board of Adjustment Board if we have a motion.
So move.
Moved by LaCroy, second by DeSanto. Roll call, Ms. Kara.
Baskerud,
Aye.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Farabee,
Yes.
LaCroy,
Aye.
Hadcock.
Aye, motion carries.
Hey, first and only item on the Board of Adjustment is variance 1705 for Black Hills Raptor Center Davis Engineering as the agent, a representative, well, the landowner and the agent are in the audience today. This was continued from a previous Board of Commissioners meeting. Do you want me to go through the report, or did you just want to just
No,
discuss?
I think we're good. We've heard the presentation, but last time, we'll have Mr. Davis speak first if that's okay, so we don't miss him. That's okay, Mr. Davis? If you'd state your name, sir.
Ron Davis, Davis Engineering.
Thank you, sir.
You want him to say who he is first here?
And I'm Leon Fenhouse. I'm the property owner. My wife and I are.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think we're all aware of the issue here. What we're trying to do, as we discussed last time, was we're trying not to set a precedent to create commercial zoning out in that area, which then opens the door for other people to come out. I think they call it leapfrogging and stuff like that. Okay. What we'd like to do is leave this property ag and then get the variance for the lot sizes on this one and the 5 acres that we're trying to get. I know we can't act on that one because it's not on this agenda, but we might want some kind of an indication if we can. If you're interested in this and we get this approved today, it would be nice to have some indication that if we bring that 5 acres back, we get that done too, so that we can proceed with the project. That's what we're trying to do. And I think by leaving it ag and not creating that general area, general commercial stuff out there, and that's just the best way to handle this project. We've got people that are doing a really great effort to revive these birds and help these birds. And it's out away from town far enough, there's not noise pollution, things like that. It's just an ideal location for them. We never expected this kind of resistance, but we'd sure like to see this approved if we could today.
Thank you, sir.
If you have any questions, I answer those.
Mr. Fenhouse?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. I would just like to add that my wife and I acquired this property in 1980, and our long-range plan was to build our retirement home there. We accomplished that 8 years ago. We've been residing there in our residence for that amount of time. From the onset, we were not interested and had no plans to do any development of this property. And since then, it has been maintained in hay ground, and occasionally it's been used for grazing. We would continue to utilize the property in the same manner. The only expansion that we've made on the use of it is our personal gardens, flower gardens, and produce gardens, and the planting of trees and shrubs. We offered the 5 acres to the Black Hills Raptor Center because we felt that use of that acreage, even though we had no plans to do any development of it or even subdivide that property, was a complement to our long-range plan and use of the property, which was to, maintain it in as much of a natural state as it possibly can. And we believe the Raptor Center is an ideal partner for that. But for that, we probably never would have considered doing any kind of transaction of any or all of our property. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to address those.
Or do we have any questions for Mr. Davis or Mr. Fenhouse? Commissioner DeSanto?
I'm wondering why the two separate variances that you're looking at, the 5 acres and the 23.
Well, I think the simple answer to that is that we are not gifting, we're not able to gift this ground in support to the Raptor Center. The 5 acres will be sold to the Raptor Center.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
It does. Second question I have is, there's going to be, I'm assuming that the Raptor Center is expecting visitors, correct?
On a very limited basis. Under the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service permit, because, and eventually there will be eagles that will be part of the complex that will be housed there. And as part of the permit, the public has to be available to make visits to the facility. However, that would be controlled, and by that I mean the number of hours and the days where the public would have access to the facility would be at the discretion of the Raptor Center. The primary purpose of the Raptor Center is to rehabilitate injured or diseased and sick birds that can be released, ideally back into the wild. And in order to do that most efficiently and to, for the betterment of the birds, is to have a minimal amount of disturbance of any kind. Mm-hmm. And that would include visitations by people. Part of the program with the Raptor Center is educational. And the birds that are used for the educational component of the Raptor Center are birds that cannot be released, either because they're physically limited or they've been imprinted upon humans. Those are the birds that are used for educational purposes. And they are taken off-site for, classrooms. Any group can establish an educational program utilizing those birds. So a lot of the traffic, a lot of the use of the birds would be off-site for educational purposes.
Okay, that answers.
It would still be available, so you're totally clear, there would still be availability of educational programs at the Raptor Center. And then our conditional use permit on that has a strict limitation as to the number of individuals that can access the property during those educationals or any events that would take place at that facility.
So for example, pardon me, could you have an entire busload of students visiting the Raptor Center all at one time? 30 kids?
Yes, that would be possible.
Okay.
And in fact, that would, that would be part of the offering. And the CUP also includes, minimum parking arrangements that we would have to meet, which would allow for the access of buses and sufficient space for parking and maneuverability of the buses in and out of the facility.
EJ, it might be, sorry to interrupt you, Mr. DeSanto, it might be beneficial for us to know, because I can't remember if Mr. DeSanto was here or not.
I wasn't.
Or Mr. LaCroix, I apologize, commissioners, what that conditional use permit that was approved says. How about that?
It's 10 pages, but the conditional use.
Bottom line.
I know.
Bottom line.
The conditional use permit was approved in 2016 to allow a bird education and health facility on a portion of the property in a general agriculture district. Hours of operation was discussed, the number of people was discussed. Also, the parking lot had to be designed for a bus to be able to turn around.
A bus?
At least one bus, yeah.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, what was the vote on that conditional use permit?
We'd have to look it up.
Okay.
I can get it for you.
And I can't recall myself, so.
Yep.
It was
One
three,
more.
it was majority, 3-2. So there wasn't an unanimous board.
I don't know, we'll verify.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, one more question.
Commissioner DeSanto.
If you have a busload of kids out there, how do you plan on handling bathroom issues?
Oh, the facility, the hub, which is going to be the clinic, essentially, will have restroom facilities there.
With a septic system
Oh, yes.
that'll be able to handle that number of
Yes,
people
that-
all at once?
That's a condition of the conditional use permit too, is to develop and establish a septic system that would be approved before we'd implement it.
Okay.
We've already done some preliminary engineering work on that, the Raptor Center itself has. I guess for full disclosure, I should say that, let you know that I am also a member of the board for the Black Hills Raptor Center, in addition to being the landowner with my wife on the property that's involved here.
Very well. Thank you.
Sir. Any other questions from the board? Commissioner Farabee?
I guess maybe I didn't hear correctly, but why the 5-acre and the 23-acre division?
Why did we fall in the 5 acres? or-
Why did you have two variances, a 5-acre and a 23-acre?
Well, the original property is 28 acres. And the arrangement, the pending arrangement with the Black Hills Raptor Center is to sell 5 of our 28 acres to the Raptor Center. And the surrounding properties, across the road in the immediate neighborhood of our area have the same variance as the 28 acres does. So that request for the 2 variances essentially is to asking the commission to just continue the current status of those properties, of that property divided into the 2 subsets.
That are rezoning.
So the 5 is for the Raptor Center and the 23 is yours?
Yes, my wife and I will continue to retain the ownership of the remaining 23.
Gotcha.
So why is the applicant, in both cases, the applicant was the Black Hills Raptor Center? If I recall, we don't have the 5 acres here anymore, but as I recall, both applications were Black Hills Raptor Center. And the 23 acres has nothing to do with them. It's yours.
EJ, do you know that answer, please?
Yeah, I'm unable to answer that, so.
That's okay, Mr. Fenhouse.
It's up to the applicant and the landowners, whoever wants to be down as the applicant. Sometimes there's an agreement between the landowner and the applicant, where the applicants are the ones paying because the landowner is doing something for them. So in our office, it doesn't matter.
Madam Chair, I couldn't go apply for you. Why
Pardon me?
should, you know, certainly what our director is saying is I could go apply for a lot size variance for you, and I don't think that's the case.
Madam Chair, that's not correct. On our applications, the landowner has to sign and have it notarized exactly for that reason. We do not allow that.
Well, back to my question, why is the Black Hills Raptor Center asking for a variance for you? They don't own it, you own it.
I'm unable to answer that question directly. That's just the way it was developed.
Yep.
You know, and my wife and I had to sign applicable paperwork to go with that application.
Madam Chair, we did get a clarification on the vote for the conditional use permit. It was unanimous 7-0 from the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The question, Madam Chair, was the vote of the board.
Is it relevant to answering this variance
No.
for you? Okay,
No.
thank you. Any other questions? Do we have anybody else in the audience that would like to speak on this variance? Okay, sir, thank you, Mr. Fenhouse.
My name is Florence Thompson. I live in the area and own property there. I have a couple of questions. I'm very concerned about the septic and the drainage because this is a flood irrigated area. And when we have spring, we often have flooding. And when the ditches are running, we have flooding. When the creek is high, we have water that goes over the head gate and comes down the irrigation ditches and floods the area, whether we're irrigating or not. So we definitely have water problems out there, depending on the weather in the spring and depending on the snow melt. And I'm concerned about the amount of septic that's going to have to be drained off this property because sometimes, frankly, our septic fields are pretty wet. So that's one of the questions I would have. The question was something about the limitation of the number of people who could visit there. He said there were limitations, but there was no number given to that limitation. So is there a number of people that are limited per day to use this septic system?
I'll, after you're done speaking, Ms.
Okay.
Thompson, I'll have
Okay,
maybe
thank you.
Mr. Davis.
And then I have a question that kind of dates back to the original application. I forgot to ask it. At first, there was some talk about also rescuing mammals as well as birds. And I wondered if that was still in their plan, if that's a possibility of future development, injured mountain lions or whatever. So that was one of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, 3 questions. The septic and draining and flooding out there. What kind of septic? Limitation on visitors and mammals, not birds out there.
Okay, I've done the percolation testing down next to the highway, the groundwater, when we did the testing last fall, late in the fall, was only 3-4 feet deep to the groundwater. On the north end of the property, it's 6 to 8 feet deep, which meets the state requirements for septic tanks and drain fields. So, I feel we're adequate because we meet the state requirements. As far as the number of people, there's the conditional use permit allowed 120 to 150, I think, 125 to 150 visitors. I think not at one time, or I'm not sure how it read, but that's the number. And they are not going to be doing any mammals. That's it's not part of that. I don't know even where that came from, so that has nothing to do with it.
Thank you, sir. You do just one more question, visitors.
Yep. During the application process, they indicated 125 to 150. Condition number 4 of the conditional use permit allows for a maximum of 120 visitors at any one time.
Okay.
Visitors, though.
Thank you. Board, do we have any other questions?
Madam Chair, I'd like to repeat to Mr. Davis, you said that on the south end of, and the north end, you had two different numbers for high water table. Now, that was the south of the, and north of the 5 acres or the entire 28 acres?
At the north end of the 5 acres.
And the south end was like?
That slopes from the highway to the northeast. It goes uphill all the way up there. When you get higher up on the north end of the Raptors property.
South is lower and?
Yes. The north end is higher and it has adequate capacity for drain field.
Ms. Thompson, I did see your hand up again if you'd like to come to the podium, ma'am.
I'd just like to say that a perk test in the fall is a lot different from a perk test in the spring out there, and depending on the spring weather. But when you said 125 to 150, was that per day or at one time?
Mr. Davis, you might as well stand up here with us for a few minutes. Thank you, sir.
The way I was just looking at it, that's like 120 people maximum at one time for a special event. I'm not sure what kind of special events they would have for that. Any other time, except for the special event, they're allowed 20 people maximum at the site.
Okay.
Other than some special event, and that's probably not more than once or twice a year. I don't know what they do, but that's how it reads.
Just stay here just for a second.
Yep.
Ms. Thompson?
You couldn't have 2 or 3 special events a day.
I'm not sure how the Raptor Center runs out.
Right, thank you. Mr. Venhouse?
It's theoretical, but I don't see where it would be practical. Again, the birds have, there's, even with the educational programs, the birds are rotated because there's only so much interaction with humans that they can tolerate. And, you know, a special event, and one of them, you know, is a fundraiser, as an example, where that would be the key purpose of it. The birds would be introduced to the potential donors, and then after amount of time, they are put back to their mews to allow them to rest. This is done routinely even with the educationals at the schools. There's only so much exposure that these birds are put under because they are high-energy birds, and you know, they need to have that rest. So theoretically, yes, but from a practical standpoint, I don't foresee that taking place.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Mr. Davis, did you have something else to share, sir?
I'm just going to address the comment about the perk test in the spring as opposed to the fall. We are going to be doing additional perk tests now that we've got the construction season started. And if we run into problems, we're going to design a mound system out there.
Right.
That's what we're going to do. It's really simple to do.
Right, thank you, sir. Any other questions, board? Mr. Buskerud, do you have any questions, sir?
I do not, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Mullally? State your name, please.
Tina Mullally from Rapid Valley. I have just one question on the location of the septic system that's going to be out there. Because they did say that the elevation between the south side and the north side of the property is quite a bit different. The location of the septic system, if they're putting in a septic system to approve on this property, or is the septic system already there?
Mr. Davis, please.
There is no septic system there now. We're going to put one in. It'll be on the north end of the property, and we'll have a pump installed at the septic tank. There'll be a building there, and there'll be a pump that pumps it up to the drain field.
And the drain field, you're saying, is going to be on the north side of the property?
That blue line at the north,
Uh-huh.
it'll be up right along that property line.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public? Sir, come on up. Here, okay. State your name, sir. Thank you.
Bizzetti.
Thank you.
Apologize, a little laryngitis. The variances they're applying for the land, is the 23 acres going to be ag, or is it going to be just regular taxable property?
Ag, general ag.
It's limited in general, but what's the 23 acres? PJ, please.
Yep, the point of the lot size variance is to maintain the general agriculture zoning.
Okay.
So it will be considered ag,
It will be zoned ag.
and it'll be taxed on ag.
That's a question for equalization. Zoning is what you can do with your property.
Okay.
Tax is what you do with your property.
Okay.
Thank you. You have some more questions, sir?
Well, just wondering about that, because I certainly don't, I pay normal taxes on my property. So I was just wondering about that.
That's okay. Thanks for the question, sir. Any other questions from the board or the public?
Well, Madam Chair, the buildings that'll be housing the birds will be roughly where in that 5 acres?
If we still have that on here.
There's a picture in your book.
Putting one up. There we go.
Page 3 of 6, number V.
Do you see it, Commissioner Farabee? Oh, he's there. He's there. He's got it. Thank you, Mr. DeSanto. We'll give him a minute to look.
Can we bring that up? Because I think that also shows where the
Good idea.
septic's going to be.
Okay, can we have that picture up? Mr. DeSanto? Thank you, sir.
That's part of the staff report, so I got to go into that. I don't think it's part of the presentation here.
Thank you.
Okay.
He's going to bring that up, Commissioner Farabee, if you have some questions on that again.
I do, and
Okay.
it's in there, but it's awful hard to read.
They have a few pictures of the last page also is a pretty good explanation of what's going on. Thank you, PJ.
No problem. County systems are a little slow today, so. This one, Commissioner DeSanto, the one on page 3?
It was, yes, V, conditional use permit,
Mhm.
page 3.
Yep, so it's the same one you have just without the
Yeah,
top of the
that's it.
lines?
Mhm.
Is that octagonal shape thing, is that, am I reading that right? That's,
Education center.
Education Center, and then the birds will be next door there?
That's actually been changed. The other other picture you had was better. It's more closely where we're.
Well, my point, Madam Chair, is that that's quite close to a fairly busy road. And I would think that the road noise would probably cause the birds some distress.
Yes, they put it there for a reason, Mr. Farabee, so I'm not going to question why, but any
Well,
other questions?
Well, the comment was made that too many visitors would distress the birds, and I would think the traffic on that road is, I'm guessing, I don't live out there, of course, but I'm guessing it's
Mr.
quite a bit
Fenhouse,
of traffic.
Mr. Fenhouse can answer your questions.
Yeah, I'll try to address that question. I guess my initial comment is the diagram you're looking at now identifies the proposed structures that would be put on this 5 acres. That does not delineate exactly where those structures are going to be. You know, that's going to be subject to additional engineering studies, soil testing, and so on, which will make that final determination. But the bird mews which is the building that's in the center there. That's where the birds will be housed. And the plan is to also create vegetation barriers around the property, beginning with the frontage with the highway, for two purposes. One is for sight, limit the actual sight into the facility, because one of the things that we have to, under the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service permit, there has to be security for the birds. And that will, inside of that, there will be fencing which will address that. So the vegetation is twofold. One is to screen the facility, and the other one is to provide some sound barrier with the highway traffic, which we're fully aware of. Again, my wife and I live on the same property. We're aware of that. The board has studied that, and we believe that there are engineering designs that can be implemented that would greatly reduce the amount of noise from the highway.
Thank you. Commissioner Farabee, any other questions?
I do have a comment, though, that this was appealed to us back in, and my memory's coming back now, the planning commission sent it to, well, they didn't send it to us, it was appealed, as I recall, back in last fall, I guess it must have been October. And as I recall, our vote was 3-2 on the board on the appeal. That the appeal didn't prevail, but we weren't unanimous, and I'm not too sure. Now we have 2 new board members that we might need to revisit this entire thing. So I guess I'd make a motion to continue this until the 2 new board members get up to speed to where we were when we voted last October.
Okay. There's been a motion to continue by Commissioner Farabee. Is there a second?
I will second that, just because he's correct. I haven't been out there. I'd like to get out there. So I would second a continuance so that I can visit the site. But at this point in time, I would lean towards approval just because I can't see any reason not to approve based on what the engineering that he's shown us and the site location. But I would like to physically visit the site.
So there's been a motion by Commissioner Farabee to continue and a second by Commissioner DeSanto. Is there any discussion on the continuance? Not roll call?
Buskerud?
No.
DeSanto?
Aye.
Farabee?
Yes.
LaCroy?
No.
Hadcock?
No. Motion fails. That's the original motion.
I don't think there was a.
We don't have an original motion.
I'll make a motion to approve Board of Adjustment.
Agree with the variance?
Yeah, to
Okay.
approve the variance, not to include any conditions, as any of the concerns or requirements will be addressed during the planning process.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Buskerud. Is there any discussion on the variance? If not, roll call vote.
Madam Chair, before we go voting, we've kind of a sticky wicket here, but once again, this 23 acres is not for the Raptor Center. The piece of paper I have says applicant is Raptor Center. Mr. Fenhouse, from what I've been hearing, owns that property. So that's a little sticky. And even more sticky is the 5 acres that got voted down last meeting. So what are we going to do with the 5 acres that the Raptor Center is going to allegedly buy?
Thank you, Mr. Farabee, but we're on this variance, if we could stick to this one. Thank you, sir. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner DeSanto.
question for Commissioner Farabee. Is your concern that they're going to expand it to this entire 23 acres or 28 acres? Or what is your concern?
To fully answer your question, if I might, Madam Chair, I'd have to go back and listen to our discussion back in, I believe it was October. And obviously, haven't done that, so I need to do that to fully answer your question. I think, in fact, I'm almost sure I was one of the two that voted against it, the appeal, or for the appeal, against anyway. That's another reason for my motion for continuance. I can't answer that without going back and reviewing the tape.
Any other discussion? All right. Kara?
Buskerud?
Aye.
DeSanto?
Aye.
Farabee?
No.
LaCroy?
Aye.
Hadcock?
Aye. Variance approved. Next, we need a vote to come out of the Board of Adjustment.
So moved.
Moved by LaCroy, second by Buskerud. Any discussion? Not, roll call, please, Ms. Kara?
Buskerud?
Aye.
DeSanto?
Aye.
Farabee?
Yes.
LaCroy?
Aye.
Hadcock?
Aye. Motion carries. Next, we're on the consent agenda.
Sure.
TJ?
The Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine planning and zoning items quickly. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda for planning and zoning contains the following items. Item B, second reading of ordinance amendment 1602 from Pennington County, and approval has been recommended. Item C, first reading of public hearing of ordinance amendment 1603 from Pennington County, and request is to be continued to the April 18th, 2017 Board of Commissioners meeting. Item D is first reading of public hearing of ordinance amendment 1604 from Ernest Getty and Tina Malawi as the agent. Denial without prejudice has been recommended. Item E, second reading of rezone 1701 and comprehensive plan amendment 1701 from Jim and Elise Dehigh, and approval has been recommended.
Thank you. Is anyone from the public like to pull any items B through E on the consent agenda today? From the public, like to speak on B, C, D, or E? Okay, if not, how about the board? Okay,
Excuse me, Tina Mullally, agent for Ernie Getty. On item D, question, during the approval from Mr. Getty and I regarding the denial without prejudice on that particular item at planning and zoning, we had asked for a discussion on a committee. Is there any way that we could bring that committee up to that discussion?
Ms. Mullally, I need a motion on the consent agenda, and then I'll have you speak, if that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you asked if we wanted to pull an item.
Yes, so you want to pull E, or D, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought I'd pull it for the
Okay,
discussion
thank you.
of.
You can stay right there if you like. Let me get a motion, okay? Thank you, honey. All right. There's been a motion to pull item D out of B, C, D, and E. Do we have a motion on the, any other, I should say, does any of the board wish to pull any of the items on the consent agenda? If not, can we have a motion on the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda, except items B, C, and E,
With the
with approval. With the
approval of.
exception of D.
Thank you. Okay, is there a second on that?
Second.
Thank you. It's been a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item D. Any discussion? If not, Ms. Kara.
Buskerud?
Aye.
DeSanto?
Aye.
Farabee?
Yes.
LaCroy?
Aye.
Hadcock?
Aye, thank you. Ms. Mullally, item D. Thank you for your patience.
Well, thank you for understanding. The only reason I wanted to pull that is because at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, Mr. Getty and I had accepted the denial without prejudice on the understanding that we would be able to, be able to discuss possibility of forming a committee And I was wondering if there's any way that we could discuss that committee.
Ms. Mullally, you're on item G for a committee. Did you know that?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
I just,
just now noticed it?
no.
Okay.
It's just that item F, as we knew during the planning department, took 2 hours to go through that. And for a discussion of a committee,
Okay.
to wait another 2 hours
Okay.
would be,
This is item D, which is deny without prejudice on a public hearing for an ordinance 0A16. So,
I was just wondering if we could move up the item. No. Thank you.
okay, do we have a motion on item D, please?
Move to deny without prejudice.
On item D, there's been a
On item
motion.
D.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Buskerud. Any discussion? Ms. Kara?
Buskerud,
Aye.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Farabee,
No.
LaCroy,
Aye.
Hadcock.
Aye. Motion carries with 1 no from Commissioner Farabee. We are in planning non-consent agenda, number F, which is a hearing for the comprehensive plan amendment for Tyler Shad, Renner Associates. Their representative from, okay, Ms. Brittany?
Hello, Brittany Molitor, Environmental Planning Supervisor. Item F is the first reading and public hearing of rezone RZ 1703 and Comprehensive Plan Amendment CA 1703. It's to rezone 59.475 acres from General Agriculture District to Heavy Industrial District, and to amend the comprehensive plan to change a future land use from low-density residential district to heavy industrial district, and to rezone 10.01 acres from General Agriculture District to Limited Agricultural District, and to amend the comprehensive plan, change a future land use from low-density residential district to limited agriculture district. At the Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission did vote to deny this request, and the applicant is present and in the audience, and he has a request for this board regarding this. So before I continue going on, I would like.
Thank you, Ms. Brittany. And the applicant, please state your name up at the dais, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. Tom Lean, applicant. One clarification on what Brittany said. I think we're rezoning 40 acres, not 59. We adjusted that later. And so 40 acres industrial, 30 acre, or 29 point some limited ag. So that's just a clarification.
Okay.
I would like to formally ask for continuance on this request so that we can address the concerns of the community and the neighbors in the area. We feel as if this is an issue that the more we can explain it, the less concerns there will be, so.
Thank you. So there's been a motion by the applicant to continue. Do we have a motion by the board?
I would make a motion to continue as well.
So Mr. DeSanto made the motion to continue. Is there a second? Second by Mr. LaCroy. Any discussion on the continuance? Mr. Buskerud? Any discussion?
No.
Okay. Ms. Kara, please.
Buskerud,
Aye.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Farabee,
Yes.
LaCroy,
Aye.
Hadcock.
Aye. Motion carries. We're on to item G, discussion to form a committee to address the Hawthorne Ditch and stormwater runoff. Ms. Mullally. See, that was quicker than I thought, Ms. Mullally.
Do you need any intro on it? You good?
Nope, let's let the applicant just tell us what she's needing and what she's thinking. Just her name for the record, Ms. Mullally, even though I know your name.
Yeah, Tina Mullally from Concerned Citizen of the Valley. The reason that we have wanted to form a committee was to address the stormwater runoff problem that we have there that affects the septic systems out in the valley. As you know, from the discussion of the ordinance amendment 1604, we had discussed that the water issue was out of our control due to what we felt was stormwater runoff, as well as the irrigation ditch. One thing that you may not have known that has transpired since our last meeting was we have got some School of Mines students doing a hydrology study on the area out in that area to help us understand. And we'd like to be able to request a separate committee from the Hawthorne Ditch Task Force due to the fact that the task force has been together 2.5 years and has not identified the problem that I and citizens have brought to the board's attention. So we thought possibly just a committee, not a task force, just a committee to help address some of those issues while the students are doing their study so that we can continue it. That's one of the reasons why we accepted the denial without prejudice.
So just a question, when are they going to be done with the hydrology study?
My understanding is the particular students that are doing it now will be done with their paper on the 1st of May. They have to have their papers sent in by the 1st of May. I was going to approach the department head to see if we could get upcoming seniors to continue this study through the summer months when the water issue is the most high. And so I have not done that as of yet because we were hoping that we would get an approval from the commission to get a board together. That way I could approach the department head at the School of Mines regarding the fact that there would be a committee
I guess
to help.
Ms. Mullally, myself, I don't know about everybody else, but I guess I'm not getting, what is the committee going to look at? They're going to look at what? That you haven't looked at before? How about that out there?
Well, as far as what the Hawthorne Ditch Task Force didn't look at, to identify the problem as we see in my studies on being on the task force, I found some areas that stormwater runoff was going into an irrigation ditch. My understanding by state statutes, irrigation ditches are supposed to be clean water from the rivers. No contaminants from stormwater runoff. In my studies, I found that Albert Lane area that is west of Reservoir Road has an absolute breach in the Hawthorne Ditch irrigation ditch where stormwater runoff goes into it. We found that prior to the ditch being cleaned, that the stormwater runoff was overflowing the Hawthorne Ditch, causing the land to be saturated.
So you know the issues, but what would the committee do different than what you've already done before the task force has done? I guess that's because it says to form a task force to figure out.
No, not a task force.
I'm sorry, committee, sorry, Ms. Mullally, to address the Hawthorne Ditch and stormwater runoff. So, you see where I'm going? What is this
Yes.
committee going to do different than what has done in the past? Is there going to be some different information submitted? Is the Hawthorne Ditch?
Well, the students will definitely bring us some, we'd have more input from the citizens that are being affected. We would have input from the School of Mines students, which is information that we didn't have prior to that. Just being able to address some of the specific issues that there may be more citizens out there that are involved that we don't know of. And I don't know any other way of being able to contact these people.
Just my suggestion.
Okay.
It is Commissioner DeSanto's district, and he's very well, he does very well at addressing concerns of his constituents. If he would like to form a committee or just do some public meetings out there to address some of the issues out there, it seems more appropriate, and then maybe come back, and if he decides, okay, we need to form a committee, there's these issues that we cannot address ourselves, we're going to need more people to do it, I guess that's how I've done it in the past and found better solutions of what are the real issues from just not your area. There's probably a few areas out there that I'm thinking that have issues. So maybe
That would be acceptable.
if Mr. DeSanto would like to do that, and I don't mind attending the meetings, or I don't think any other commissioner, just to see, the concerns of the people out there. What do you think, Mr. DeSanto?
Madam Chair, I took all that into consideration when I was at the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting when this first came up, and it appeared to me that with the additional information that we'll receive from the School of Mines, that we're going to have a much better idea of what the problem is. And if we have a much better idea of what the problem is, then obviously we'll have a much better idea of what the solution might be as well. I could throw my personal opinion into this. I know that once that Hawthorne ditch was cleaned up and there was some blockage at a particular bridge that was causing overflow, that was cleaned up. The flow seemed to improve dramatically. But I think what the School of Mines is going to address, that a committee without the knowledge of hydrology that they have won't be able to address, is they're going to locate where the primary runoff is coming from, and where the specific incident where Tina's talking about overflow from stormwater runoff into the actual irrigation ditch, where that's coming from. They're going to determine that.
Nice.
Which will give a committee a much better understanding to come up with a solution. I have no problem forming a committee, but
Yeah.
I think that I'd like to hear the results of the School of Mines first.
So I think you're going to get your solutions, but if I'm hearing right, Mr. Commissioner DeSanto is going maybe towards a committee, but he'd like to hear the results, and maybe that would be formed after May 1st with
Yeah.
the results.
That would be acceptable.
Is that okay with you, Commissioner DeSanto?
Yeah, that's okay with me.
Okay with that.
So I don't think this needs to have a motion. It just was discussion on.
Yep, just a discussion.
And just the other thing, Ms. Mullally, keep us all informed as commissioners of what's going on out there as well, because we take that very seriously at helping Mr. DeSanto find those solutions.
I
So,
will do so. And I thank you for your time and your expertise.
thank you, Ms. Mullally. Next is the end of the planning non-consent agenda. Here, number 18, approval of the vouchers. Commissioners,
Move for approval.
moved by Mr. LaCroy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Buskerud. Any discussion on the vouchers? Commissioner Farabee?
So I'll be voting no again, obviously, and just so that the public knows, we wrote checks in the amount of $2,535,124.43. And all I can say is, folks, keep spending what you can. One of these days, it's going to come to an end. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Buskerud?
Aye.
DeSanto?
Aye.
Farabee?
No.
LaCroy?
Aye.
And Hadcock?
Aye. Motion carries with one no from Commissioner Farabee. Number 19 is items from chair and commission members.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
I attended the county commissioners' workshop in Pier on March 15th and 16th. And I found it very educational. I think, as I've said earlier in the meeting, that the South Dakota Department of Revenue used some of Shannon's stuff, and so that was very educational. We went over a lot of stuff over the roads and bridges and taxes and so forth, but all in all, I think it was a good meeting, and I would recommend it for new commissioners.
Thank you.
Or even attending commissioners. I think Holly was there. She attended it also, so she may have different take on it than I did. But
Ms. Holly, you didn't come across finding anything interesting or? Ms. Holly?
No, it's a very good conference. There's 7 commission assistants across the state. So I get together with them every time we go for a conference. You know, we all have the same statutes that we all have to abide by, but we all do it a little bit differently. We all run our offices a little bit differently, so we share a lot of ideas
And you felt-
amongst us.
And you felt lots of love for all your commissioners that you serve?
Lots of love, yes. Yes.
Feel the love group, that's what that was.
I went to have dinner Wednesday night with 4 Meade County commissioners. It was an adventure. It was an adventure, but
Nice.
yeah, a lot of good information. They talked wheel tax up there, they talked roads, they talked bridges, a lot of financials. It's a good conference. The annual one in September is here in Rapid. So I'd encourage everybody to attend. There is one day it falls on one of our commission meeting days, but get to as many sessions as you can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think one of the other things that I got out of it was, you know, we had health and human service people down there. We had, you know, auditors in separate rooms. I mean, so you could actually communicate with some other people.
Yep,
And it-
networking is big
Yeah.
down there.
And it was just a little bit different than what I expected it to be. So, I mean, just,
Did you have breakout sessions where you went into different areas and specifically addressed those separate
No,
areas? or-
we pretty much sat in, went through the agenda,
Oh, okay.
you know.
Well, I will
Commissioner
be in
DeSantis?
attendance in November. For sure.
Thank you.
I wanted to bring up at the planning and zoning meeting, we discussed really quite in length, having to do with the committee on the Hawthorne Distance Stormwater, but to expand that, it was suggested by Travis Lassiter that we do a committee on looking at ordinance 204J. And what came up through that discussion, and it seemed to be agreed upon by most people, except for we didn't know really when to proceed with it, that there are changes that need to be made in that ordinance amendment. And one of them seems to be that we're taking a shotgun approach to septic, where there's a lot of incidences, and I'll give you an example, where these inspections should be done based upon individual situations. For example, if you've got a family of 5 using a septic, it's going to be a whole lot different and need to be pumped and inspected a whole lot more often than if you've got a family of 2. If you have residents that uses a septic, but they're in California 6 months out of the year, or Florida 6 months out of the year, again, that changes the amount of times that the septic would need to be pumped to keep up with safety and that kind of thing, and pollution, or the possibility of it failing. And so we discussed that in length, and I'd kind of like to get some more input from you guys as to when would be the proper time to go over 204J with a, I guess, fine-tooth comb, so to speak, and figure out where we can make these adjustments so that we're not unfairly requiring people to get inspections and pump more often than they really need to, which also leads me into a question for you, Deb. Have we contacted or gotten response from, and I'm going to forget his last name, I think it's Biddle, from
Hipple?
Pierre? Hipple.
Did you,
As
the
far as-
direction was, did you give your questions and your agenda to Holly?
Yes.
Okay?
Or maybe I gave it to you, actually.
Nope, you never gave it to me, and I asked you if you gave it to Holly, so I asked Holly, and you didn't give it to her either.
Who did I give it to? Because I was sure I came up with the.
Gave me a text, said you were gonna do it, but I didn't see it.
Okay. Maybe I put it in your mailbox and it wasn't not in your mailbox.
I apologize. If it was, I didn't see it.
Because I know I knew
Okay.
I formed an agenda and
But
I'll have to
hopefully
go
you
back and get the
hopefully
copy of
you kept
that.
that, and I apologize,
and get it to
Commissioner
you.
DeSanto. Let's try that again, and we will contact him, I
Okay,
promise.
that works. That
Okay.
works for me. So what are you guys' suggestions as far as how we approach? Like I said, there was probably a good 45-minute to an hour discussion on whether or not, on when and how to adjust 204J to individual needs.
I personally think, Mark, I think you're on the right track, getting him here to give us a little education. I think we just need to work through how to get, I would like that first before going into a discussion, because the points that you made make sense to me, But then again, on the same sense, how can you determine the number of people in a household at all times? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, and properties change and so forth, so there's a lot of variations in there.
Oh, yeah.
But I would like
understand.
to hear some of that discussion, so I mean, if you get it set up, I'm willing to attend.
Okay.
But as far as the discussion on that, then we can, after that, then I think we can,
Move forward after the
Get a
meeting.
little more education.
yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Buskerud? Any opinion?
Well, there's never, there's always room to look at ordinances and tweak them. I mean, that's not a problem. But what I see happening in this board many times is we want to look at an ordinance, and really all we want to do is get rid of it. We don't want to tweak it. We want to get rid of it. We have taken the vacation rentals, and basically could have just well thrown it out the window from where it started. But, I have no problem with looking at an ordinance and making some changes in it if we determine that that's what's needed.
Thank you. And for me, I'm with Mr. DeSanto. I hear people saying things, but I don't know if they're facts or they're not facts, because I haven't looked at a septic ordinance. But I'm always willing, as you know, from being, being the committee chair of 3 different ordinances. And I could see Mr. DeSanto would love to be that chair if this ends up happening. But not against looking at it. I think Mr. Hippel is the first step for this committee. And also some presentations, maybe if the planning director could be there on some of the issues, because it's going to be, a lot of changes are made because of complaint-based.
Right.
So they're all going to start adding up into a certain issue or a certain area. And if there's 5, that's not room for changes.
Sure.
If you're having many people in many different areas, if up in George's area in Hill City, all the way from DeSanto's area, there might be some things that need to be changed in order for it to work. I'm not saying that. So what I'm saying is, I think there is room for change, but I'm with Mr. LaCroix and Mr. DeSanto. Let's see if we can get Mr. Hippel here and Mr. Buskerud and see. And also, I guess that would be my point. I kind of went around to see what those complaints are and how many complaints we've had on septic issues. Because take my word for it, if you're mad, you're going to be up in that planning department telling them what you're mad about. So that would be interesting to know that. And then we'd actually have some direction as well of maybe what needs to be tweaked.
Okay.
Cool?
Sounds good.
Thank you, sir.
And I won't repeat myself on my trip to San Antonio. Pretty much spoke to it when the sheriff was up talking to him, so.
Thank you. Those were good comments, Commissioner DeSanto.
Before we leave the review committee, or whatever you want to call it, I think we sort of set precedence with the VHR review, and I'd probably have to disagree a little bit with Commissioner Buskerud. I think the committee met and probably longer than they intended to, but the 1 acre thing, I think, was a good demarcation. The big fight was over SRD, and then coming out of that study, we found out that there was a whole bunch of 1 acre or less general ag properties. So that was revealing, I think, to us, and I think the committee did a really good job on the VHR. So we can disagree obviously, but I think that the folks did a lot of work, and
Did you just agree with the ordinance change?
under the circumstances, I think that was after many, many hours, and, you know, well, you and I sat through a couple of those when they first began.
Mr. Farabee,
That,
I'm on your side,
but-
sir.
But we're talking about septic. Before we leave that issue, has anybody been following the paper about the Keystone Hotel? Is that hearing, is there going to be a lawsuit, Jay, this week? The information is very scanty.
Yeah,
Jay
right now,
Alderman, please.
the injunctive relief sought by our office is scheduled for trial this Friday. And I guess we'll wait and see how that goes, if there's any kind of settlement before that or what. But it's scheduled for a trial this Friday.
So this Friday,
Correct.
okay. I don't know how the county or the government let this situation get as far as it's gotten. And I don't know how many of you take the paper, but you know, this was hotel mired, and it's actually a motel, I guess, but.
I can tell you that no one's sat on their hands, that there's a lot of effort that goes into any ordinance violation. And sometimes, you know, or all the time, I should say, the county endeavors to work with the folks to come into compliance. You, Commissioner Farabee, can understand that sometimes that effort to work with folks takes a long time. And eventually things get set for trial. It's not because folks didn't try and work, meaning the county didn't try to bring compliance. Planning and Zoning Department works like crazy to get it done. When they finally have to throw up their hands, they send it to our office. We try to work with the people, and eventually when that doesn't happen, you bring lawsuits. And
we
that
have
takes
heard
time.
about it. We've heard about it before, but that's when I recall they wanted to work, the planning department wanted to work with the applicant to see if they could find solution before they litigated. And that's what I've seen they've done time and time again. And that was brought to our attention before, and that was what we wanted them to do, is try to find solutions. So I appreciated that.
And also in this particular case that you're bringing up, you know, the EPA is involved, DENR, meaning federal, state, county, everybody has been trying to work with these folks to come to a resolution, and it's finally come to this.
And that's why I use the word government, you know, at all levels, and there's no speculation. This is clear, apparently there's clear evidence that there's, how do I say this, a violation of the standards established by EPA and DNR and the county for on-site waste. Clear evidence that there's violations. That's a lot different than speculating on somebody, maybe having a faulty septic tank, maybe having a faulty drain field. This is clear evidence. This situation is clearly, there's a problem. And yet, we stand like all government, like we can't do anything. Hopefully Friday, and what do you anticipate will happen Friday?
Not going to speculate.
Well, who's prosecuting, or who's on our side? Well, who are the parties?
Well, the parties, the owner of the motel, and on our side, it's Michelle Hoffman has brought the injunction, has been prosecuting that case.
Okay, so she'll be the, okay.
She'll be there, and Attorney Dennis Groff on behalf of the hotel owner and the judge, and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Thank you. And Mr. Farabee, I think there's clear evidence on many septic tanks, but the bottom line is, just like I said before, I've seen the Planning Commission and people work in the planning department to find solution instead of stick them in the paper. So that needs to be said, because I have worked with some of the people in your district as well to make sure when we did have clear evidence, to go out there with the planning, with the complaint, and find some solution with the landowner. So we have done that many times in the county just from listening to Nancy and Lindell helping as well. So they are doing, trying to find solution with people that do have issues with it, but I still believe that if we need to look at the ordinance and find some other solutions, I'm good with that. Committee reports.
Well, no, before you leave, items from commission members, there's Dual County, which I believe is up in the northeast corner.
Yep.
This is an article out of what they call the Green Sheet Aberdeen Forum, weekly publication, and they had about a 3-hour session, despite nearly 3 hours of discussion about wind energy. Then they finally, after 3 hours, finally quit. Obviously, there's strong opponents and strong proponents. And as I've said before, the state of South Dakota should be setting the broad guidelines. And then their discussion was about how many feet away should the tower be from adjoining land or whatever, distance. And one guy says a half mile is not far enough. Next guy says, no, a quarter mile is good enough. In a sovereign state, every county should be the same. So when we get ready to pass our wind energy, we ought to be leaning really heavy on the state. Rather than Dual County and Pennington County setting limits for how far a residence can be or how far a wind tower can be, windmill from a residence, let the state set that. So that wind energy companies aren't going county shopping within a state. They can go state shopping, that's fine, from state to state. But they shouldn't be able to go county to county. And this just highlights the issue. In a sovereign state, the folks in Pierre ought to be setting guidelines for us. Why in one county is it you have to be a half mile away from one of them big windmills? Another county a half mile.
Topography has a lot to do with it.
No.
Can I ask you, Mr. Fairby, we spent 6 months on alternative energy. If this was a concern, you never went to one of those meetings. It was a lot of input. It also was needed because we had wind farms and energy farms that were looking at Pennington County. So we can wait on the state or we can be proactive to a point where we bring in residences and people that do those businesses so we are fair and just to them, to vent this for about 6 months and then come up with some good solutions. And as you see from the Planning Commission, I think the distance was the only issue that people had with that, because we also made it easier for conditional use permits don't have to be on small scale wind or residential wind and solar energy. When you get into the large scale, that's when you have constituents and people coming in, not in my backyard. So then those rules were made a little bit different. So 6 months of venting that process would be nice when people clearly have issues with it to bring it in beforehand, because I never mind anybody having, issues or questions. It's just after you do all the work and then you say, we shouldn't have done this ordinance. So, Mr. Fairby, you're clearly welcome to come to these ordinance changes. But we have nothing in Pennington County. We had a little bit of a wind, but we had no solar, and there were solar farms coming in. So you can say you're sovereign state all day, you can say, but the bottom line is, Mr. Fairby, you don't think across the board there should be any regulation on most stuff, from what I've heard. And that disappoints me because you're a commissioner that's into public safety, health, and welfare, and that's why we make ordinances, not so we can rule the people. So hopefully we can work with the people so when we have changes in things that we don't have, like, as you see from cement or mining issues and different stuff, that's why we go in and say, okay, Pennington County can take the lead on this because we do care, and we do care about public health and welfare and safety, so.
A couple of points, Madam Chair, if I might. Number one, regulation or laws come from Pierre, state capital, not from counties and cities. But let me quote out of this was from a county commissioner in Dual County, a guy named DeJong. quote, we have people in the wind people say they can live with 1,500 feet. We have people in the non-participant group who want a larger setback. They've asked for 3,280 feet. This is the John guy talking, I like compromise. I would like to see a 1/2 mile setback. 66 counties that are capable of having a wind farm. Shouldn't the folks in Pierre be picking that number for us? There's 105 legislators, and we can see that the discussion, this last session, IM-22, all the discussion that thing got. The constitutional carry, that isn't over yet. But those are the folks that should be setting these numbers, not we at this level. Thank you.
So you think counties shouldn't be proactive?
Madam Chair, I think it's time to move on.
No, but I would ask that.
One other commission thing, if I might.
Commissioner Farabee, let me speak for just a second. I'm okay with doing ordinances, but Commissioner Farabee, we are doing a mining ordinance and we are just starting. Would you like to be the chair of that, just to make sure that we are proactive? Because, guys, this upsets me when you have to work that hard and you take 6 months out of the year to do this for the commission. And I understand it's one person so far, but this is vetted a long ways through. But if you don't come to a meeting and then you come back and you have issues with it, that's unfair to the people that did all the work and been doing all the work. So Commissioner Farabee, if you'd like to run the mining, and I would suggest if this board would like him to run the mining ordinance to see the difference in how much work it takes and how much people do vet the process, I would suggest that, because I'm okay going off that and let somebody else take the lead, because it's a lot of work. And I'll be there if I have questions. I don't have to run that committee. And I won't bring it up after the fact. I might have some questions, but to tell me after I'm done with it, this kind of nonsense.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Commissioner LaCroix. Thank you.
I understand your concerns on both sides of the deal. I think from what I heard from Mr. Farabee, his concerns is he thought the state should have a flat deal. And I understand all the work that you've done on the wind energy deal. When we sat through the planning commission went through a lot of that stuff, so I respect that and thank you for that. But I think he was just voicing state should have a point in it. But with that, I think we just need to move on.
Well, but I do have one other quick thing about regulation. Trump has issued an order with the EPA to back off on waters of the United States, and this, of course, affects all of us that have a couple acres or two. But EPA was heading in the direction of controlling our water puddles on our land, and thank goodness Trump has canceled that order, President Trump, and telling the EPA to back and the Corps to restart and rewrite the rule to enable more common sense local implementation. Waters in the United States can be, if you're uphill and you got a water puddle, that could be waters of the United States, technically, the way it was defined until President Trump took office. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
I have one question.
Commissioner DeSanto, please.
Not as far as whether the state determines or the county determines or what, and I tend to lean in the direction of trying to keep some sort of semblance of similarity, and I understand the work you guys did, even though I wasn't here. But my question is what did they determine as far as you were talking about, depending on the size, what's large scale, what's small scale?
The small scale was basically residential.
So one little windmill that's providing some
Or-
energy to pump water or something like that?
There's a chart.
Yes.
Okay,
there's-
I'll look it up. We don't
I
need to
appreciate that.
take a bunch of time. I
No,
thought if you could
no,
give me
it's
a quick answer, that was.
It's a good discussion, and again, I don't mind changes or questions, it's good. But during the committee, it's very helpful, because you have 6 months if you have some of those concerns, and Mr. Farabee's right. People were trying to guess because they weren't at a committee, probably vetting this process and didn't have any kind of ordinance to follow.
Yeah.
that makes a difference when people have something to talk about and then find that out. That process was vetted through, and one of the questions, Mr. Fairby, you're right, was on distance. But that was vetted through the planning commission all the way to here, and they found solution in, and they were, through other states that do the same thing for large-scale process.
And your purpose was
So-
to get ahead of it.
Yes.
Nevada,
Proactive.
California. Yeah, get ahead of it instead of having.
And industry standards. A lot of industry standards were also mimicked, as well as looking at, the Nevadas, the Oregons, the Utahs, Nevadas.
Okay.
They weren't just magic numbers that were pulled out of the air.
Gotcha.
Because they thought it made sense. It was based on either what the state was already requiring or other industry standards, other counties, states, things like that.
Okay,
And
thanks.
we do it all the time, because if you look at mining and different things, we set up our process through conditional use permits and everything. So they can set if you look at state standards for mining, we are doing something different with that in the county. They have a process which you already know when you do a conditional use permit or waterways or septics, different things for DENR, for SWIP programs, they have those set already. But we still add our standards to it. So you can
They're
say
a
all day.
guideline. The
Right.
state has a guideline, and we can go by that guideline, but we can vary
Or
vary
if there's
from it.
gaps between the state, the federal, whatever, if there's gaps, meaning land use, location, setbacks, those are where the county would come in if the board so feels that those are appropriate conditions or requirements.
Right, and they are not fixing the issue in a sense, they're setting the guideline. Then we come back, because we are the local level, we are hearing, I believe, from the people that are saying, okay, that's fine that they set all this SWIP and this DENR and all this other stuff, but mining shouldn't be right next to us.
Gotcha.
Wind energy on large scale shouldn't be next to us. Construction permits for large scale, if they're going to be affecting us on drainage in different areas, then we still add to those standards. Does that make sense?
Makes good sense.
And that's
Yep.
part of what the state says, is they want the counties to be able to make local decisions
Sure.
that affect local people.
Well, and
So
that's
there's a difference
absolutely, I want
versus
that.
state control versus local control.
Moving right along.
And I'll apologize, because I understand you in a sense, but when you're doing the committee, Commissioner Farabee, it's a lot of work. So I'm just getting a little bit.
If distance is a safety factor on a wind tower, I can't disagree more that the state should be setting, and the Fed should be setting that standard for safety.
They do, Mr. Farabee, and we did
And that we shouldn't be
follow.
locally saying, oh, you got to be a mile away, or you can only have to be 10 feet away. No, that's not a local
On the
decision.
agenda, we'll discuss it.
And there's conditional use permits, thank you. So, okay, committee reports.
None.
Mr. Busker, do you have any committee reports?
No, I do not. Thank you very much.
Commissioner DeSanto?
I did mine already.
Okay.
I went to Weed and Pest.
Hold on just a second.
Well, I was next.
It was LaCroix.
No,
No, the alphabetical
ahead.
order is,
mine, I already gave mine.
well, go ahead, finish.
Okay,
Oh.
LaCroix Jr. Sorry, Commissioner Farabee.
I went to Weed and Pest, and I guess that's one of the required ones by state law. And Guffey didn't mind if I bullied him, so I could probably keep going.
Okay, so Commissioner Farabee, you on air quality, community health, Keystone Library, PC Council on Aging, tax increment financing, and weed and pest. So we have tax increment financing, weed and pest, any of the others that are required?
Nope,
Okay, so those are the only two you'll be going to.
I'm just going to Weed and Pest.
Okay, so we
That-
do have alternatives on those committees. So it'd be, let's see, Hill City and Keystone, you're not going to go to the library, Mr. Farabee?
I will, since they're in my district, I will attend as I feel necessary.
Hey, Mr. Buskard, you're on Council on Aging. You're the alternate. Tax increment financing is Buskerud is the alternate, and Weed and Pest Board, if he doesn't, Mr. Farabee doesn't go, Mr. DeSanto. Air quality, you're the, Mr. DeSanto is the alternate. Mr. Buskerud, Community Health, you're the alternate. And I think then we've got it covered, but I'll try and help since Mr. Farabee does not want to go to his committees.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner DeSanto?
question for George on weed and pest. Are we doing anything to address in weed and pest, are we, and I'm sure we are, but are we doing anything to address the Canadian thistle problem we got going on? I mean, it's out of control.
But we've been fighting Canadian thistle. I've been here 30 years. And if anything, I'm losing ground on my private property, and the Forest Service, because of the Forest Service primarily, it's virtually out of control.
We don't have any control over Forest Service, do we?
The Forest Service, in fact, the one thing it's changed since when I first got here, the Forest Service used in each district had a summer weed crew, and they went after leafy spurge first, and then secondarily Canadian thistle. Now, according to Scott, and I've kind of been out of the picture because I don't have a Forest Service permit anymore, but now the Forest Service, because they can't find summer hires, are turning more and more to contract to us. So we're doing what we can under contract, but you never get a handle on Canadian thistle. And leafy spurge is almost as bad.
Wow.
In fact, it's worse. Once it gets established, it's worse. But it doesn't spread like thistle does. So we just have to hope for the best. In a wet year, you're going to have thistle all over. But yeah, they're working at it.
Okay.
Any other questions, Commissioner DeSanto?
No.
Couple of things going, I think, pretty much in April, I can't remember the date, with Chamber to Bismarck. They're having a conference there, native and non-native issues. I'm on collective impact, so I'd like to go on that with the Chamber, and just to look at some of their, see if they have the same situations as we do here and how to find those solutions. Also went to Faith with Dustin and Dustin. Dustin, our emergency management, and Dustin, Lieutenant Dustin from the Sheriff's Office, to talk about, the state wanted to inform us about if there's protesting, what they can do, how they can do it, and they're in the planning stages, so I'll keep you updated and have Dustin, maybe once they are good to go on what the solutions are, bring him in for kind of a briefing. I also was on a committee called SB 73. It was juvenile justice. I was appointed by Majority Whip Gosh. I thought it was a 2-year, 3-year appointment. Went to the first meeting, told 2 days before the meeting in Pierre that I was supposed to be there. I go to the meeting and was reprimanded by the vice chair, which was Jim Seward, about asking questions, trying to find answers. Didn't have information ahead of time for these meetings on SB 73. Had Greg Sanazan tell me that he would send me this information. Go to the second meeting, conference call in, ask them if they have an agenda and what information they could send us ahead of time. Never happened. Thank God I had one of the people in the conference call with me that knew the acronyms and the things that they were talking about on this agenda. Kept asking for information, never got it. I should say, on the second meeting, I did get some information from one of the ladies that was in the meeting. But they were doing, what do you call it? When they put it on the projector or whatever, what do you call those? Presentations. No information, getting kind of upset about trying to learn the information, but thankfully Judge Davis and others in this community that deal with juvenile justice ended up giving me this information that I needed. Go to the third meeting, supposed to be at the third meeting, tell me 5 minutes before the meeting, there's no conferencing in. Asked if anybody had a phone or something that I could conference in, because I had the same individual through the juvenile justice system with me that could help me with this program, and asked them for some of the information ahead of time. And of course, again, lacking information. So came, and by the way, they were in a meeting, conference building number 3 with no teleconferencing. So the whole thing, I have no idea why I was appointed to a committee for 2 to 3 years, or I thought it was 3 years, to be taken off, and this is how I was taken off. They sent me a letter with another guy's name, another commissioner's name on the top of it, and in the middle of it, it said my name, that I was being replaced. Majority Whip Quam was the one that made the appointment, which is fine. No letter to say why I was taken off this committee, that I had worked for a year trying to find answers. Number 2, sent a letter to another guy that was replacing me and CCing me at the bottom with no explanation, no letter, no nothing, taking me off SB 73. So I thought that was kind of strange.
A little disconnect between Pierre and our committee members.
Well, it's unfortunate because I was the commissioner for the state asking the question, if you are the state and you are getting most of the money for this committee, but you also have people on this committee that are receiving those monies, isn't it kind of conflict of interest?
Mm-hmm.
And number 2, isn't it open meetings law some way if you're not getting the information and having agendas to all the committee members and to the public? As you can tell, I'm pretty upset about doing all this work for a year and being blown off by the chair and vice chair, Satizan and Mr. Seward. And if that's how you work in peer with your committees, I've never been disrespected by anybody in the city, in the county, since I've been on any committees with anything. So it was kind of weird that I was like, okay, what's the issue here? And still haven't got an explanation on this committee. So unfortunate, because Pennington County, by the way, you guys, and you know this, leads the way for diversional programs. We are showing the states, not only South Dakota, but other states, how we do it best. So they couldn't have had a better representation from me with the others that were helping as well, keeping us in the loop, but it's all good. I just would hope if they appoint any of us in the future, that they treat people a little bit more respectfully.
That they expect us to.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner LaCroix.
I forget. I wanted to report on that I'm been a member of the South Dakota Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, and we're having a public meeting in Aberdeen this Friday from 1 until 5, and then open comment from 6 on subtle effects of racism. So if you happen to be in, I know this is short
Aberdeen.
notice. Aberdeen, I'll be leaving for Aberdeen probably at about 5 o'clock in the morning on Thursday, the 23rd.
You weren't appointed by the governor, were you?
No,
Good,
by
okay,
the
that sounds good.
commissioners.
I'm kidding. I'm not really kidding, but anyway, thank you, Mr. LaCroix, or Commissioner LaCroix. Any other committee reports or presentation, anything? All right. Items from the public, Ms. Carroll? Jay? You're the only public we have left. At least in the audience.
They bailed on us.
We wore them out.
Oh, we do?
22 is executive session. Do we have a motion
I move, so move.
on,
Just if
Jay?
you would move pursuant to 125-2 subpart 3 to go in executive session to consult with legal counsel on contractual matters.
That's what I heard.
Motion by Commissioner DeSanto and second by Commissioner LaCroix. Is that what I heard? All right. Kara?
Buskerud,
Aye.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Farabee,
Yes.
LaCroix,
Aye.
Hadcock.
Aye. Motion carries. Motion to come out of executive session, Board?
So move.
Moved by LaCroix, second by DeSanto. Any discussion? Ms. Holly, roll call.
Is Ron back?
Ron, you're on. Yep.
All right, Buskerud,
Aye.
DeSanto,
Aye.
Farabee?
Yes.
LaCroy?
Aye.
Hancock?
Aye. Motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
So move. Second.
He doesn't have to come out, sorry, board, Jay's not coming out and making any kind of.
No, no,
Okay, sorry, okay. Moved by, motion to adjourn by DeSanto, second by LaCroy. Any discussion? All in roll call.
Busker?
Aye.
DeSanto?
Aye.
Farabee?
Yes.
LaCroy?
Aye.
Hancock?
Aye, motion carries.
Are adjourned.